Donald Trump having sex, I don't know, with kids, animals, aliens from Mars or something, or maybe all three at once in a menage a trois. I don't know. It would be the equivalent of a Lexus in the driveway with a bow on it for Christmas for them. The commercial we see all the time, or, all the car commercials with bows on them. But instead, they're just going to get some new socks, a sweater from, grandma, and a 25-year-old photo of Bill Clinton swimming with a lady. President Trump disappoint them, as he always does. But we don't know for sure what's in the blacked out page. Is the president the greatest sex criminal in the history of mankind? Did Mick Jagger and Michael Jackson do the Harlem Shuffle with a drag queen at Jeffrey Epstein's birthday party? Did Bill Clinton snog a big-haired woman? Well, tune in next Friday night. We will have another dump. I won't be here. You'll be on your own. You'll have to go search yourself because I don't care. I'll be right back.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/keepsake for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/keepsake for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/keepsake.
The Bret Baier Minute.
On Capitol Hill, President Trump signing an executive order Monday designating fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction as continued strikes happen in alleged Venezuelan drug smuggling boats off the coast of Venezuela. Chief Communications Officer at Targeted Victory, Matt Gorman, reading between the lines, saying that he's going to keep bombing these boats until Maduro gets scared and leaves, kind of lifts the veil on what's going on.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the strategy here has been very clear. And to kind of go back to that fentanyl point, the way I think of this, it puts pressure on China and Mexico. I mean, you don't label something a weapon of mass destruction unless you're prepared to escalate, whether it's diplomatically, economically, and, law enforcement wise. And I think this could be a part of that. But obviously, there is a very serious pressure campaign on Maduro.
I'm Bret Baier. We'll see you next time.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
Pressuring Venezuela. I'm Deborah Valentine, Fox News. Reuters reporting that the U.S. has intercepted another vessel off the coast of Venezuela in international waters. The move comes days after President Trump announced a blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers entering and leaving Venezuela. Officials are not saying which vessel was intercepted and did not give a specific location for the operation. Vice President J.D. Vance, this afternoon's guest speaker at the Turning Point USA event, America Fest in Phoenix, Arizona. He talked about honoring the late founder, Charlie Kirk.
The best way to honor Charlie is that none of us here should be doing something after Charlie's death that he himself refused to do in life.
The 4-day event is the first annual meeting since September's assassination of the Turning Point USA founder. As the final night of Hanukkah falls, thousands in Sydney, Australia hold a vigil 1 week after a horrific terror attack during a Hanukkah celebration at Bondi Beach left at least 15 dead.
Thousands gathered here at Bondi Beach 1 week after those deadly terrorist attacks left 15 dead, more than 40 wounded. They brought flowers, they burned eucalyptus leaves, they said prayers, they hugged each other. Some people were crying at the site as well. And at 6:47, that's exactly the time 1 week ago when the first of 82 shots rang out. They observed a moment of silence for Jewish leaders in the tight-knit community here in Australia. They say that this deadly terrorist attack changed the nation. Prime Minister Albanese arrived and attended the ceremony, but he did not speak. When he arrived, he was greeted by a chorus of boos. He was also heckled at several points, people telling him he's not welcome, that he should leave.
Fox's Steve Harrigan reporting from Sydney, Australia. America's listening to Fox News.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the Evil 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The Evil 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. Evil 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me or call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care Wellness team.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The clearance team!
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam clearance team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
The U.S. is retaliating after 2 National Guardsmen were killed in Syria from an ISIS attack. Fox's Trey Yingst reports from Tel Aviv, Israel.
Friday evening, President Trump ordered dozens of airstrikes against ISIS targets in Syria. The bombing campaign was in direct response to an ISIS shooting attack that left 2 Iowa National Guardsmen and their interpreter dead last weekend.
I ordered a massive strike on the terrorists that killed our 3 great patriots last week. 2 soldiers, 1 interpreter, all great people.
New information also says that Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu plans to brief President Trump later this month on possible strikes against Iran's expanding ballistic missile program.
The U.S. military did not say how many were killed in the strikes, but a UK-based war monitor says at least 5 people died in the strikes. Could there be changes in tariff policy once the new year begins? The president's top economic advisor said there may be.
National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett said on CBS Face the Nation he and the president both believe tariff policy has worked well.
We've got a big government surplus actually running for a few months in a row. The deficit relative to last year is down by $600 billion.
But he may have an idea where global tariffs may be eased.
There's an appetite to exempt things if they're really not meant to be made in the U.S. because of, like climate or things like that.
The administration also waits for a Supreme Court decision in the new year that could determine the legality of the Trump tariff policy. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
A manhunt continues for gunmen responsible for killing at least 9 people and wounding at least 10 others early Sunday at a pub in South Africa. Police say the shooting happened just before 1 a.m. in a town west of Johannesburg. I'm Deborah Valentine. This is Fox News.
It's back. Celebrate 75 years of Payless Supermarkets with a $5 off fuel coupon to redeem at any 76 Circle K location when you shop and save at Payless Supermarkets. That's right, $5 off fuel with every $75 purchase at any Payless location. But hurry, this offer is only good from November 17th to December 31, 2025. So don't miss out. Stock up on groceries and hit the road with fuel savings from Payless Supermarkets and 76 Circle K. Minimum $30 fuel purchase required to redeem coupon. Some conditions apply. This season, KFC turns up the flavor with the all-new KFC Hot Honey Wings. Crispy, juicy KFC wings drizzled in that perfect mix of sweet honey and just the right spicy kick. One bite, and you're hooked. Crave bold flavor the KFC way. Order now on KFCGuam.com or visit your nearest KFC on Guam. KFC Hot Honey Wings. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Are you in need of accessible, affordable, reliable, and responsive transportation services? Then contact the Accessible Van Transportation Services, AVTS on Guam. AVTS is a newly established family-owned wheelchair transportation company on Guam, and we have a fleet of 3 vans with hydraulic kneeling system and fold-out ramps. We provide 24/7 non-emergency medical transportation services for the elderly, dialysis patients, wards of public guardian, GMH, GRMC Naval Hospital discharge patients, off-island visitors, veterans, and retirees. For reservation requests, you can text or call AVTS directly via WhatsApp at 671-898-8695 or email us at avtsguam@gmail.com.
Bud Light wants you to watch your favorite NFL team live. All you have to do is purchase 12 packs of Bud Family or Bud Light Seltzer and look for the QR code inside.
I'm only here for the game.
Scan the QR code for your chance to win one of 2 trips for 2, including airfare, accommodations, and tickets to a regular season NFL game of your choice. Plus, every code scanned will earn you points to redeem for Bud Light NFL gear. Must be 21 to enter. Some conditions apply. Visit currentguam.com for details. Bud Light reminds you to drink responsibly.
Confident Good Morning Guam at 6:07 on Monday, December 22. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A 30-year-old mother and her 1-year-old daughter are dead following a 2-car crash in Dedido yesterday morning. GPD identified the victims as Charity Mina Berry and Minareen Imi. The crash occurred around 6:20 at the intersection of Route 1 and South Challen Henry Kaiser. The driver of a white sedan involved in the collision fled the scene on foot but turned himself into police later that afternoon. Investigators believe speed and impaired driving may have been factors. This tragedy marks Guam's 20th and 21st traffic fatalities of 2025. Meanwhile, Senator Will Parkinson expressed deep disappointment after no medical professionals attended a roundtable hearing on medical malpractice reform on Friday. Bill 82 aims to change the 1991 law that requires patients to go through expensive private arbitration before filing a lawsuit. Parkinson argued the current system makes it too difficult for patients to hold providers accountable. Only one resident attended the meeting, choosing to save his testimony for a future date. While some senators suggested doctors should have been invited directly, Parkinson noted that the medical community previously asked for this dialogue but failed to show up for the public notice. We'll have more news after this. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and Senator Tina Muñoz Barnes officially announced their run for the Democratic gubernatorial nomination on Friday. During a campaign launch at Fort Apugan, Tenorio confirmed Barnes as his running mate. Governor Lulian Guerrero introduced Tenorio, praising his steady leadership over the last 7 years. Tenorio stated that his administration would prioritize affordable housing and private sector wages. Barnes shared an emotional story about her late husband, noting that his support inspired her to continue serving the public. The team will face Senator Joe San Agustin and Dwayne San Nicolas in the primary election. And GovGuam employees are receiving 3 extra days off over the next 2 weeks. Governor Lulian Guerrero signed an executive order on Friday declaring Christmas Eve, the day after Christmas, and the day after New Year as official holidays. This creates a 5-day weekend for Christmas and a 4-day weekend for the New Year. The governor says the time off recognizes the hard work of government staff, but the Guam Chamber of Commerce criticized the short notice, stating that extended closures disrupt essential services and impact the economy. Agency heads still have the authority to keep certain offices open if there is a public need. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Do I hear a 50-day weekend? Let's just never, ever work again. We're just the only reason why you go in there is to get your paycheck. Just go in there. No, they direct deposit that now, right?
Yeah.
Just saying.
A no-show job.
Just saying, you know, it's getting it. Is there still a morale problem at the hospital? We have all kinds of stuff to talk about here this morning, including a very special announcement on Friday. In the meantime, 10 after 6 o'clock in the morning, partly sunny in today's forecast. Daytime highs about 87 degrees. Easterly winds 14 to 18 miles an hour, gusting as high as 24 miles an hour. It has been absolutely gorgeous. Got the run done yesterday and went down to Epau Beach when that was all done and just sat there on the sand, just taking the breeze in my face. A half hour, 45 minutes, just sitting there, you know, scrolling around on the phone and just enjoying the morning. You ought to try that today, unless you're working. Mostly cloudy tonight with overnight lows of about 78 degrees. Easterly winds winds up to 16 miles an hour. More of that gusty stuff, about 21 miles an hour tonight. Same thing for tomorrow, partly sunny with daytime highs of about 87 degrees and gusts around 20 miles an hour. 18 tomorrow night. Wednesday, partly sunny skies, highs near 86 degrees. Easterly winds up to about 15 miles an hour, gusting as high as 20. So these breezes going to be sticking around. And that could mean some higher surf out there in the ocean. So check before you get in there for rip currents and high surf advisories. Heat index going to feel like 92 cool degrees today, 30% chance of rain. Sunrise this morning, not until 6:39, almost 6:40 before it starts making its way to work. Sunset tonight should be about 5:59. There it is. News and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for over 70 years.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Breathe easy this Christmas with Carrier Guam. Keep your home merry, bright, and fresh with our XL Air Purifier. Now just $265 while supplies last. With 3-in-1 filters and LED air quality monitoring, it's the perfect gift of clean air for your family. Visit Carrier Guam in Harmon Industrial Park behind Kmart or call 671-647-2665. Carrier, your local source for comfort and quality this holiday season. Carrier Guam, turn to the experts this Christmas.
3 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Shinarp gift at the local shop or bladesbycrank.com.
Dude, saw that guy yesterday over at the Moses thing.
way.
Yes, he was there, bro. He was showing off. He was showing off this. He had a couple of these crank sheddies. That, oh my God!
Are these shorties or long?
They were kind of shorts.
Oh, nice!
But it was the handles and then some of the material that they used. I mean, it's maybe he'll send me some pictures so I can put them on the screen. Unless he sold them yesterday at the thing. So a lot of people desperate for Frank the Crank knives, especially around the holidays. 6:13. Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and my team over at Take Care.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Dun, 6:14. Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you. It's Monday morning, short week. It was going to be a short week anyway because we got the Christmas thing right there on the Thursday, right?
Oh,
so that
yeah.
was so for the
Jesus'
private sector.
birthday.
For the private sector, it was going to be a short week anyway because we got the holiday thing right in there. And I thought it was going to be where they were going to say, well, yeah, Thursday is Christmas. Might as well take Christmas the day after Christmas off. You got to clean up all of the tinsel and the wrapping and put the tree away for next year. You got to do all of that stuff. But now it's the day. It's Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, day after Christmas, Saturday and Sunday. And if you thought it was going to be tough getting things done in the government, just on general principles, even tougher. So, and then next week there's going to be a bunch of days off as well. New Year's day after New Year's.
Oh, yeah.
Saturday and Sunday. So
let's just blow off 2026.
It should have just, you know what? When the kids, when they put DOE in Christmas break, they should have just said, okay, everybody in the government of Guam, just go ahead. You can take the same time off as the kids. But I think the chamber makes a good point. Even though I'm sure to people in the government, it sounds like party poopers. What a bunch of party poopers.
Hater.
You're stale. You know what? You people over in the chamber, you're stale. You just don't want anybody to have fun. You might like working, but we don't. So you go ahead and work if you want to.
It's
but
just weird coming back after all that good
Can you imagine? Yeah,
It's weird. And
Where the heck were we? I was already, and I got to say this because I'm a private sector guy, but I'm also a realist, and people are coming to me and they're saying, "Hey, Ray, can we get together? I don't know, 22nd, 23rd, or something like that." I'm like, "No, we're gonna. You know what? Nothing is gonna get done. If anything, I got to do that. I got to deal with companies in the States because they're businesses and companies and industries that they've been off for a couple of days, and they're going to be out for the rest of the holidays as well. Just kind of taking that extended leave. So as far as I'm concerned, this smells like a 2026 problem, doesn't it? This sounds like a 2026 issue. So whatever I wasn't able to get to this year, I think I'm just going to push it off for a couple of weeks until it gets to be 2020. Notwithstanding emergencies, but for the whole rest of it, what the heck? We'll just get like all the pay raises I promised I was going to give everybody at the end of the year. Yeah, we'll just save that until January of 2026, and hopefully by then everybody will have forgotten. Anyway, 6:16. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you Monday morning, Christmas time, whatever it happens to be. But I'm not alone, thankfully. Thankfully, I'm not alone. I've got people to help us through this morning show journey that we call the Ray Gibson Show. Real Joe Cruz going to be out there. Pick up the phone when you call 888-825-888-TALK. The meme machine is online. Got images of a little bit of a cloudy morning coming in from the eastern side of the island over at Pirates Cove. Normally the government of Guam has sunshine generators, and they're on by now. But what the heck, with everybody taking a 5-day weekend, they've decided to go ahead and hold off on the sunshine generators until early in 2026. But that's all right. Monday morning over at the Cove, and Jeff, I'm missing a picture. There's a picture of a selfie that we took yesterday over at the Moses thing when I was getting my T-shirt. Yeah. And I don't see it in this morning's photographs inventory there, buddy. You can go ahead and send that in anytime you want to. That way I've got a record of what took place yesterday. Oh, there it is. Let me see. We got there's my translator.
We spoke too soon.
I certainly did. We got Jeff and me and the translator hanging out over at Moses. I'm not the only one. I got family and friends hanging out over there as well. Happy 10th anniversary to the folks over at Moses. 10 years in the location in Agana, but they've been in business for a long, long time. When it was just the hot box there that they had when they started.
That.
I love this. I love these stories, and every once in a while you get another one or two that pop up where you got somebody, they got a dream, they just want to make like in Bert's case, he just wanted to make like bowls, right? These Hawaiian bowls with the poke and the barbecue chicken and all of that stuff, and now he's got a little brick and mortar location in Agana as well. There's Manang Pikas, right? They started as a pop-up at Thursday nights over at Skinner Plaza, and now they've got an entire section in a building owned by one of the richest people in the Philippines. Amazing.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So we applaud those kinds of dreams, and I bet you they're not taking 5 days off. Just the Sunday, right? Just the Sunday. I'm going to rub that in as much as I possibly can. Anyway, 6:19 in the morning, and so that was a good time yesterday. You know what I did yesterday?
What? Nothing. You didn't do nothing.
No,
man.
I did. I told you. I went running and took care of the yard, and then I went down to Moses. And one of the things that they had, in addition to these cool shirts that they did with the Fuck Eye guys, in addition to that, they also had a little bit of a competition, Real Joe.
Oh, a challenge.
A challenge?
What'd you do, man? You
skateboarding. There was no skateboarding. No. I did not skateboard with Clayton and his team. They were there with the little half pipes and stuff. No, I didn't do that, Joe. They had a competition to see who could eat an entire burger the fastest.
And you won.
I did not win.
What?
I did not win.
Who are you anymore, bro?
No, because it was pica. It was
a hot one.
It was a hot. It was a hot burger, and I don't know, 10 or 11 of us seated around the table. And they brought out all these burgers.
Oh man.
So I didn't. I don't even want to say I placed. As soon as the winner,
PR?
As soon as the top three were announced, okay, I'm done. I don't have to finish this anymore. It was a great burger. It was really hot, but it was really big, and that's what was slowing me down. Was I could not get the entire burger in my face. I mean, I can handle the hot. It wasn't all that bad. It wasn't like fire ants or something in my crotch. But so I did that. So I'm just warning you now that there could be have a couple of Kim Commandos standing by, because there could be a couple of those, I don't want to say this, gastric emergencies, but I'm going to say gastric emergencies, because there might still be some of that stuff lurking in the system from yesterday's hot burger eating competition. I never do that, though. I'm usually the guy on the microphone that's calling for contestants. But I was sitting there listening to the MC, and Somebody said, "Come on, Ray, you can do it. You can do it." And I thought, well, give it a shot, give it a try. It was Joey from over at Capital Kitchen.
Oh, that won.
He won.
Oh, nice.
He won. He won the
You
deal.
were in it for the beer.
I was in it, yes, for the free beer and half of a free burger. Anyway, 621. Real Joe gets the phone, like I said, 888-8255. The Meme Machine online, 797-8255. Donna D is going to be taking care of news and headlines. And there are a couple of interesting pieces of news and headlines. Not a whole lot by way of details yet. But you know how Philippine Airlines has just sewn up the Cebu Guam nonstop route? Yes. Last week, dignitaries getting on the plane and flying out and flying back. It was a big deal, special commemoratives for all of the passengers that were aboard those planes. Yeah. They're talking about another source to fly from the Philippines to Guam. So it's Manila all day, right? Yeah. Cebu is the new one, and Iloilo. They're talking about they're talking about inaugurating a route from Iloilo to Guam is what it's a new thing. Like I said, not a whole lot by way of details. Just about a one-page story with about a one-sentence deal on what it is that they're excited about talking about. Let's try to get you the details as soon as we can and get everything confirmed here on the Ray Gibson Show. In the meantime, 6:22 in the morning. What is that? Did I introduce everybody? Is it you? I got Donna in there. Telephone numbers. The only other people I have to introduce now are these Iloilos here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Yeah, it's going to be rough on the 5th of January when everybody gets back to work in the government. They won't recognize each other.
Oh, yeah.
It's been so long.
Too long.
Did you do something to your hair? Who are you? Show me your badge. Show me your badge. Prove to me that you work here. 6:23 in the morning. Just got this from Jeff over at Pirates Cove as well. He's got plans already for Christmas Day. If you don't want to cook, if you don't want to clean, if you don't want to do anything, just load everybody up in the car and head down to Ipan Telefofo. Jeff over at Pirates Cove. We have a fresh ahi sashimi appetizers, a barbecue fiesta plate, traditional Christmas time dinner, barbecue Christmas dinner, a barbecue Christmas family platter, and slices of pie a la carte with whipped cream, pumpkin, or apple, etc., etc. I'll leave this up on the screen for a second so you can peruse the offerings over at Pirates Cove. Is there a phone number in there so that people can call in and see what the heck it is where are we going to call and make reservations and all that? No, I don't have a phone number on that, Jeff, so go ahead and include another fancy piece of artwork and include the phone number for that. 6:24 in the morning. At number one here today, looks like Auntie Bennett, Lohan Duenas. Buenos and Alpha Day. She's saying hi to everybody. Hi to Lori with the Y Duenas saying buenos everybody. EOD Kaboom is online. Hot wives, absolutely good dads. Let me see more from Auntie Bennett. Wishing everybody asking for you to vote for all of her favorite senators, Republicans, etc. Yeah, Vice Speaker Tony Adda, etc. Me saying Hoffa, just making sure everything works. Jay Nauta is watching the Gizmo. So is, let me see, Lori EOD. Okay, it's just those guys now. Just those three. Oh, wait. Henry Menglot just chimed in. There's Smug Wimp. Have a day to you. Nice to see you in the machines. They're Tony and Annette and Pingo Anna. Real Joe, I don't think we've seen the last of Vice Speaker and Guam's favorite funeral home director, Tony Adda. Do you suppose he was at what's the name of that place? The makeout spot?
The Fortapugan.
Fortapugan. Do you suppose he was at Fortapugan on Friday?
He's never
when
there.
He was kind of lurking off in the background, the head under the hood, just because I want to hear the speeches.
Yeah.
I want to hear the speech making, and they made
soaring.
They made speeches. Oh, they're soaring language.
Yeah,
I've got a printout of
heard it.
Oh, you heard it. I thought you were going to go.
I heard it from my house.
From the house?
They're like 50 yards away.
Oh, I guess so.
Yeah.
Anyway, they've now come out with the official announcement, and that means that things are going to start getting even more incredible Maybe they'll speed up the construction of the Agana swimming pool.
Faster.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get all of the roadways with the no lights and no sidewalks and
Operation Light Speed.
Yeah, real like dim markers. Maybe we'll get all that stuff taken care of. Maybe we will miraculously solve the procurement issues over at Simon Sanchez, and construction will begin. We'll start getting really cheap oil for the Ukadu plant, and our power bills will go down.
How about morale?
Like nothing. No,
morale will come back?
Morale will come back at Guam Memorial Hospital. Yeah. Did you hear about the smoke event that they had there?
I did. It was a whittle fire.
Smoke. It sounds like a Cheech and Chong movie. Let me see. Stephen Blake's online. Good to see. Gerald Young there. Patrick R. Bubba saying Buenos Aires. Real Joe Donady and the Point Familia. Merry Christmas, everybody. I got Ben Leon Guerrero saying good morning to everybody. Nice to see Sandra Ray just checking in from Alaska, the Air Force Base up there, where it is minus 40 degrees.
Oh, that's chilly.
Yeah.
There's Chamorros up there, Ray.
Yeah. They're all huddled around each other. Just for warmth. We're doing it for warmth. There's Felix Bumba hanging out. Okay, we got all the required Bumbas that we need now. Linda Gabriel saying good morning to everybody. More from Stephen Liz says, good morning, Guam. Another miracle is happening. Route 10 is finally being paved. The power of a gubernatorial election, ladies and gentlemen.
Patches.
Yeah,
we call that route patches.
Yeah. That's right. That's the way they do it.
Yeah.
They identify an ugly section of the roadway, and then they go over it. They pull up the old stuff and they put the new stuff down. And that's a little patchy. It's an Indian roadway. A patchy like here, and a patchy there, and a patchy here. Yeah, I went up and down that. So a lot of people are saying. So Ray, did you run in the GRC alley-oop race because you were talking about it all week? And the answer is no.
What?
No, because I had to get blood work.
Okay.
I had to get my blood work done,
right.
and so.
Is it red?
Yes.
Still red.
Yes, it is.
We're good, bro.
But the crazy thing is, you know what? I don't recall what my blood type is. So I asked them to do the blood type thing, and it's still it's one of those. They did the blood work in stages, and that's the last thing.
Question mark.
And you would think that would be like the first and easiest thing to do.
Yeah.
So what's his blood type? You know, you just take a drop of blood, you put it in a reagent, and bang, that's what it. But I still don't have it yet. So anyway, I needed to go get the blood work done, and they got a fast, right? So I didn't want to not drink coffee. I didn't want to not have breakfast and nutrition for the run. So I went and did it anyway. So but the results are in, and for the most part, all of the things that I was worried about in 2025, according to Dr. Grok. Because I haven't heard from
the best doctor.
I haven't heard from Vince or Macris or Dr. Wen yet. They all have copies of it, but for the most part, Dr. Grok says the numbers look good. I got the PSA I got the PSA of a 20-year-old. You know, even though I'm 63. Anyway, so more on that a little bit later on. So who's else? Linda Gabriel's in the machine. Yes, another miracle happening. The power of a gubernatorial election, says Stephen Lynn. We're all strong because of Eric Chong. There's Joe Kai saying good morning to the Woostig Neighbors and Pika's best security company, that's G4S. Carol Ann Prune saying good morning. There's Sandra Rages, Trump, best president ever. Who was it? Somebody was complaining early about Lulian Guerrero and this massive gift to the GovGuam employees with a 5-day weekend and a 4-day weekend after that. And I said, yeah, but to be fair, President Donald Trump, best president ever in the history of the planet, has likewise put out word that they're going to be closing federal offices Christmas Eve and December 26th. And the 2-day weekend after that. So it's not just Lulian Guerrero.
Local government.
Yeah, being generous with taxpayer money and taxpayer resources. Even Donald Trump is giving federal employees and federal offices a 5-day weekend. I don't know about New Year's. We'll save that. I don't know. So you got all that time to go through the Epstein files. Let me see with the little redacted blockheads that what's his name Brownie was talking about. Anyway, Elizabeth Mendiola-Kichitu is online. Good to see you in there. Ismail Velez with this morning's news. Russian President Vladimir Putin said Friday that Moscow would refrain from launching new attacks on other nations, provided his country is treated, quote, with respect. Was this before or after they launched the rockets back into Ukraine? Because I think they sent some over, which is crazy because there's supposed to be diplomacy. People are supposed to be flying around right now specifically to talk about bringing that conflict to an end. Let me see more from Stephen Liz. Rebates like what happened in mid-'80s. Gubernatorial election may guarantee a win for a gubernatorial team. What rebates? Where are we going to get money for rebates, bro? I think we blew it, unless they're going to use that $104 million, the last of the scraps of the ARPA money. Greg Fosto online, hanging out. I see Auntie Bennett, Lohan Duenas, more from her. Mike Rhea saying good morning. Happy holidays to the Point Familia. JB Sinicolas says, have a great day. And oh, by the way, it's 2 days, 17 hours between now and the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Harold Christ, best president ever. Let me see. Don't let money make that decision who to vote for, says Stephen Liz. Actually, people have already demonstrated over and over that they can be bought. 'Tis the season, says Jerome McDonald, as I listen to 93.3. I finally decorate my Christmas tree, jump-starting the season. I'm ready for the Christmas season with all the coconut shell decorations and seashell decorations. I wish I could be there, singing one of Jimmy D's Christmas songs. I miss the caribou. I miss the Buñuelos Doggo. I miss the Let's It Flan, Let's It Ten, and I also the Kelligwin Bonado, where you can go wrong without having the red rice. Ray, Donna D, Real Joe always tend to keep it lively in the air. Merry Christmas to you three. Well, Merry Christmas back at you. It's kind of a slow week. Not much to be ragging on, other than your occasional smart aleck comments about political gossip, etc.
Oh my God!
But we'll keep things going. We'll keep the meters moving over in the red. My bro Benito Servino online, welcoming my Servino familia from California, visiting us for the Christmas holidays. Isn't that special? Where are they all staying? Where are they all staying? Are they staying in the house or did they go
on the couch?
Hey, no, Ben. No, it's great. No, we got a thing at the Hilton. No, I got to use the membership. Otherwise, I'm going to lose the miles. Something like, I'm sorry, can't stay with you. Governor LG giving gifts using our money, of course, says Jose Martinez. Yes. EOD Kaboom online. No, wait, what's he saying? Good morning, Guam, and good morning to Auntie Bennett, J. Mac, Jerome, Shauna, Rico, Ismail, and everybody else. Happy Festivus for the rest of us. More from Ismail. So it sounds like Josh Tenorio is still campaigning the same campaign from 2018. Affordable housing, increased wages. If you didn't do it in the first 8 years, you definitely won't do it in the second 8. Ooh. We need the Clorox clean Adeloop of any ties to this administration. Doge, everyone, that's in. Can't wait for the 7-day weekend, says Stephen Liz. Francis Duffy's online. Elizabeth Duenas Anderson. Jessica S.E. Cruz saying, mushy, mushy. Well, good to have you in the thing. Trump signed the NDAA. Let the war defense money flow into Guam, but keep it out of the BOG. Can the legislature please remove all taxpayer monies out of BOG? There are better options. Joe Dizon hanging out. Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy?
Jack Kennedy.
I knew Jack Kennedy.
You did?
You don't know Jack Kennedy.
Yeah, I don't know Jack.
But it's good to have you on the thing here, Mr. Kennedy, and half a day back at you. Let me see. Gene Uggan Martinez says, Buenas Todo Hamzu Guini from San Diego, California. That's awesome. You got Sunday in the middle of the Christmas holidays, and you're spending a few hours with us here on the radio. That's great. Keenan McCausland from the upper left-hand corner of the States, same side of the country. Happiest birthday to my goddaughter, Diana Cruz. Awesome. Benita Camacho Garrido is there Sunday. Fun day football. Are my beloved San Francisco 49ers playing today?
I don't know.
I believe they are, yes. Keenan McCausland, let me say happy belated birthday to Auntie Becky Cruz from Maina. Stay safe, Guam, says Elizabeth Mendiola. To Jane Villagomez is saying, hi, Lori. And Lori Duenas says, good morning, sister. I love this little familia we got going. Lynn and Vince Borra-Polino waving into the holidays. Jane Villagomez says, half a day. Almost said half a day.
Oh, nice.
From Titusville, Florida.
Vince Gomez.
Hey, half a Floridian. Samoros in Florida. They got really good same seafood, right? Auntie Bennett is just saying the word areola. As in areola sauce? I don't know. Oh, my God. Carol Ann Prune, love the humor on the point. Great with my morning coffee. Thank you very much. We try to keep things frosty around here. Sean May in Prescott, Arizona. Stephen Blake, 49ers and the Lions. Oh, tomorrow. Go Rams.
There you go. Yeah.
Sandra, unfortunately, I'm an essential employee, so my agency doesn't get to enjoy those days off. Hopefully, we end up getting double pay. Vince Pangolian says they will use PUA for the rebates. Yeah, sure. Elizabeth Mendiola Kitsis says, good morning, Anthony Bennett and Jerome McDonald. If they try to use any kind of federal money for anything other than its intended, uses, there could be some serious hell to pay. They're looking now at the great state of Minnesota.
Oh, not them.
Oh my God! And the numbers just keep going up. So I like to think that we're pretty good at our corruption. I like to think that we've got a pretty good bead on different ways that we can use the system to our advantage and just sneak money out of the federal government. I mean, they'll never know. They'll never know. Who's going to look all the way over on Guam? They're never going to know we start moving money around like that.
Well, we're too far out here.
Taking a look at what the Somalian community, along with Ilhan Omar and Tim Walz, seem to be doing, and the numbers are in the billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. You know, the amount of money that they are alleged to have stolen out of just them. You could build and rebuild. You could tear everything on Guam down. Tear it all down and rebuild everything from scratch, from foundation. And then tear it all down and do it all over again about 3 or 4 times, given the insane amount of money that they're lifting out of there in the billions of dollars. Where's it all going? Prop up, hated regimes and terrorist outfits out in where the rest of the sand is. Anyway, 6:36 in the morning. That takes care of the Facebook side. YouTube side. Left Guam is online at #1 here this morning. Tommy Napati in the live chat saying good morning and Merry Christmas. There's Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King. And you're stuck for something to get somebody. Everybody loves a Whopper. Go get yourself some gift certificates and coupons from Burger King waiting for you in the drive-thru. MP Ogo is online. Stephen Klein, 671, far from home, saying Buenos Rey and the Point Familia. And speaking of places far, far away, Tattoo Sean Gumatauto checking in from As Lucas Telefofo. Lao, 671, says half a day, Ray. Tommy Garcia's in the machine. Dirtbag forever. Is it safe to come back to Guam, or is Lou still the governor?
Josh is acting right now. You can come back.
Yeah. I don't know.
Josh loves you.
I think I might have the speech that she gave on Friday.
Yes, she announced him.
Telling everybody, party hardy. Tommy Garcia's in the machine. Like I said, Bad Boy 671 Guam Barbecue. Leslie Sinicola saying good morning, Point Familia. JW, clearly we are overtaxed. This needs fixing. That needs to be a way that we look at things, is it? No. Oh, by the way, JW, are you the chronicler of the program? I note that JW, whenever I've got somebody on the phone or there's a guest or some interesting news story, JW will chronicle it in the notes of the show. I'm thinking, okay, well, good. Thank you very much. Where's drive-through Jack been hiding? Says Tracy Limtiaco. Interesting question. It's been a while. He was. Yeah, you remember that one? It's been more than a minute.
Tracy.
Yeah. He was getting all scoldy, and I scolded back, and that was it. Never heard from him again. Yeah. Anyway, 6:38 in the morning. As I said, lots and lots in the table of contents. JW though making that point here. If the government of Guam has got so much extra capital laying around that it can basically give people what's going to be the equivalent of 3 days, 4 days, 5 days worth of paid leave at the end of this year. Maybe I'm just saying we got too much money.
How about a little stimmy?
So if you got that kind of money that you can give to employees, maybe you can likewise send it back over in this direction to this side of the community. Now, I'm not saying I want $1,000 Joe Adder rebates. I'm not going to say $1,000 Joe Adder rebates.
$3,000.
No, I'm going to say $2,000. I'm going to say $3,000 rebates. Okay. We got that kind of money floating around, and I don't know. You know what? And I don't want it this time. I don't want it in my power bills. I don't want the credit on the power bills. Give me the cash. I will figure out what I want to use that money for. Maybe I want to go buy myself one of those ellipticals. Maybe I want to go get myself, a treadmill or something like that.
Or a massage chair.
Massage chair. Bro, I was looking at it too. You saw the thing, right?
Yes.
What's the name of that bargain? Something?
It's huge.
It's like $1,400 for like the massage chair they got at the mall.
Yeah,
that would be awesome. You just
Santa.
I'd get it in here. I'd put it in. There would be
this show
through the show. There would be this soft humming in the background, and that would be me in my massage chair. 6:39 in the morning. Speaking of massages, time to get the brain massage. We got what's her name? Is Donna D is in the studio now with this morning 6:30 news. It's only 6:40, so let's get to it. What are my big Monday stories there, Donna?
Police arrested a couple for a violent assault in Derrida on Friday. Court documents state Joylene Choider and Afris Moses forced their way into a residence and attacked a woman after being asked to leave. Moses is accused of hitting the victim with a metal pipe and breaking a beer bottle over her head. The victim was treated for a head injury at GRMC. Moses remains in custody at DOC on $5,000 bail. Choider was released on a $500 bond. Meanwhile, GMH is back to normal visitation hours after a mechanical issue caused smoke on the third floor. On Saturday, engineers identified a burnt motor in a cooling unit as the source. Safety teams from the fire department and GPA assisted with the response. Hospital leadership confirmed all systems are safe and parts for the repair are already on island. And law enforcement has launched the Drive Sober or Get Pulled Over campaign to prevent holiday traffic deaths. Increased patrols and checkpoints will remain in place through New Year's Day. Of the 19 traffic fatalities recorded so far this year, well, it's 21 now, 7 involved impaired driving. Officials are urging residents to use ride-sharing services or designated drivers to prevent further accidents. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Okay, and this morning's champion of Save the Date, I thought it was the Women's Club. I thought the Women's Club because they sent me a thing last week that I think it's already in the calendar online at thepoint.gu on the World Wide Web, and they're already making a big deal about the Mardi Gras that's going to be taking place. I think it's the first week in February. But the winner for the Save the Date now for 2026.
Who did it?
Is Guahan Paws for Pets. They have sent me the official notification that they are going to be having on the 14th of March. January, February, March, more than 3 months from now. It's the Paws in the Park at Skinner Plaza, 4 to 7. Vendors and sponsors casting call going on right now. The theme for this year's Paws in the Park from Guahan Paws for Pets is Lick of the Irish. Because dogs like to lick you.
Yes.
Dogs like to lick you. You know why?
Yes, and it's like kind of lucky.
It's a love thing. It's showing how much they love you. But they also it's also a way for them to figure out all kinds of stuff that's going on. Where have you been all day? Were you around another dog? Because they can taste it on you, and that's why they lick you. Lick of the Irish, 14th of March. If you've got want to be a vendor, maybe do a pop-up thing or something like that. I just burped that spicy burger.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, it's true.
You're
what
welcome,
they say.
Donna.
It's true about what they say about burning it twice. You can send an email to guahanpaws4, the number 4, pets at gmail.com. I'll see if I can put this on the calendar a little bit later on so you can go and get a whiff of that. It's 6:42 on the Ray Gibson Show. Be right back.
Wakey, wakey, Guam. It's time to rise, shine, and dine at Wendy's. Kickstart your morning with our breakfast faves, like the Morning Melt Panini, savory breakfast burrito, or sausage, egg, and cheese English muffin. Or are you looking for some local flavor? Choose one of our local breakfast platters, like the Biggie Breakfast Platter. It's hearty, filling, and packed with island goodness. Start your day with Guam's best value for breakfast, only at Wendy's. Head on over today.
Coming January 24th to the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. The Cover Girl, live on Guam. Angel, the original cover girl, and her iconic voice, singing all their hits like Because of You, Promise Me, Inside Out, and Show Me. Joining them on stage, the queen of dance, EDM, and freestyle, Shannon. Also, 90s freestyle diva singing all her hits, Jocelyn Enriquez.
The radio plays our favorite song, and it's what keeps me holding on. Baby, do you miss me?
Brought to you by Choice Broadcasting, Trivision Media, and Cherry Media. This is a Jams Media show you don't want to miss. Tickets and info at guamtime.net.
Hey, what happened? Raymond Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at Medical City. They're talking about the ones in the Philippines, not the ones up in Derrida. There's a significant difference. I mean, distance among them. But close that distance gap. With get the referral from your doctor, and then take that over to the Dusit where the referral office is at. Give them a call and let them know you're coming. 645-5655. They will take the referral from your doctor, put it into the system, and take care of literally all the rest. 6:44. I was looking at football scores. I'll get back to that in a second, but let me see if I can dig out the traffic. Is this traffic? No. The radar's up. The radar is working with the National Weather Service.
Surprise.
Yeah. So in addition to me being able to tell you that it's scattered showers and partly sunny skies, you'll also be able to take a look at the radar imagery and see the clouds as they literally wash right over the island. Looks like we've got a big chunk that's headed towards the south of Guam, but I think it's moving southerly, so it's probably going to give you guys a pass. Expect some cloud cover, though, just a little bit. All right, let's see what's happening on the traffic map. Let's get a refresh here and see if there's any traffic. No, there's no traffic. There's not going to be any traffic. No, between now and the 5th of January, there's no traffic. We got, not a whole lot. Most of the folks that I mean, a big chunk of people that I know are like off island. They're just, spending time out of town. I mean, even the nephews in Nagoya for a couple of days. So a big chunk of the population is out of town on their Christmas vacations. And then you've got the kids that are out of school, so we don't have car lines in front of any of the learning institutions. And then we've got, the government of Guam is going to be offered 9 days.
Only cash register traffic.
Yeah, cash register traffic for sure. Over around the mall. So maybe expect some traffic, as the Micronesia Mall and Ganya Shopping Center and GPO start to light up for the day. Otherwise, I'm not looking at any traffic. A little bit of intersection traffic over at 1 and 3. Almost nothing at the Micronesia Mall. Route 16 running clear all the way to 8, 10, and 16. You'll run into the usual interesting traffic patterns. Route 10, Marine Corps Drive from Micronesia Mall towards downtown Agutya. A little bit of traffic just as you're passing the Cost You Less area on Route 4. But otherwise, things are clear all the way into the downtown Agutya area. Southbound Marine Corps Drive all the way to Big Navy is looking pretty good. There it is. 6-4. One thing. If there was apparently a really, really bad accident, 3 vehicles involved in a crash on Teeds, the road is open. I know because I was on it on the way to work this morning. But it's watch for the slowdowns because there's looky-loo stuff. As the sun is coming up, they left a whole lot of debris out there. My guess is they want to keep things in place, for whatever the investigation that they're going to be doing. But just as you make that turn around the old Fiddler's Green, old school.
Yeah.
Fiddler's Green. Had you ever been?
Yes.
When it was Navy times, when it was NAS, had you ever made it to Fiddler's Green? I remember I went there once upon a time. I went to a thing, it's like a ROTC dinner dance or something that they had over at the place, and I remember sticking my head out the back of it. And looking at a view of Guam I'd never seen before.
It was clear, right?
It was clear. I mean, it was down there's McDonald's right down there, and you got the rest of the island. You can see all the way to the old Guam Memorial Hospital, where we're building a new hospital. Care what you say? We're building a new hospital on the grounds of the old hospital. But it was awesome, and obviously it's seen better days. I don't think it's a Fiddler's Green anymore. The article in the Pacific Daily News refers to it as an abandoned church. I don't know that it is abandoned. There's Micronesian families that regularly attend, and they just put in
a community center kind of thing.
Yeah, they just put up a new a fence made out of what do you call that? Pallets. So it's,
nice.
I mean, that's new there.
Yeah.
So I don't know. So right around there is where the remnants of that 3-vehicle crash are. There's no other information from the police department. When Norman gets around to sending it, if there's anything new, we'll pass that along to you. But expect delays through there. 648. That's all the traffic you need here on The Point.
When it comes to carpets or tile, you want more than just clean. You want deep clean. That's what Black Widow Cleaning delivers. Owned and operated by lifelong local Clayton Duval, Black Widow specializes in carpet extraction and tile and grout steam cleaning, using professional, state-of-the-art equipment to remove dirt, stains, and buildup that ordinary cleaning just can't touch. From small homes to large businesses, every job reflects the expertise, dedication, and quality only a certified firm can deliver. Black Widow Cleaning, where Guam homes and businesses get the deep clean they deserve. Visit blackwidowcleaning.com for a free quote today.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
What again is quiet? No, 649. It's time to sell a car. Time to sell a car. What kind of car? A new car. 2025. And I tell you what, you're going to absolutely love your pride of ownership when you get into your new 2025 Nissan from NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. Important information is the end of the year sale ends at the end of the year, which is right around the corner. So take that time that the governor's given you. Go get yourself signed up at NissanGuam.com. Get yourself pre-qualified. Find out how much Nissan you can afford based on that. And then get ready to get more, because they've got savings up to like $8,600 on the entire 2025 inventories versus as low as $150 a pay period. You know, I had the chance. My the Frontier King Crab was in the shop for a couple of days. And
you got
so
it back?
I got it back. But it was a delight. They had me in a Rogue.
Yeah, they had to chase you down to get it back.
They had me. Yes. Oh my God. What a great ride!
Return the Rogue.
It's got this. It doesn't have a shift knob on it. It's got like a mouse.
Yeah,
it's got.
sweet.
Yeah. Pretty soon I'll be able to drive around a Rogue with the mouse deal, like they fly PAL airplanes. That's the difference, right?
Yeah.
The Boeing airplanes and the Airbuses.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Boeing still use
like a joystick.
Yeah. It's a joystick that they let you fly around on, and they say it makes for a smoother flight. Anyway, get yourself into a smooth ride. NissanGuam.com.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Love this. It's a picture, if you're watching on the visual radio, it's Facebook Live, YouTube Live, ThePOINT.gu, and the World Wide Web, and Rumble.com, and KUAM TV. It's a picture of Donald Trump, and he's got a hat on that says, "I'm your president," and a T-shirt that says, "I'm your president for 3 more years. Merry Christmas, Democrats." But
We're not sorry, man.
I need to be very, very clear here. The screen door swings both ways. So I'm just saying.
It does.
I'm just saying.
It's a pendulum.
You think it's funny? Picture of Trump in a T-shirt says, "I'm your president for 3 more years." Somebody's going to go get Lou a T-shirt that says, "I'm still your governor."
Oh yeah.
until inauguration.
Don't do that.
It's 2000. I don't want to bring anybody down.
Yeah.
But the next inauguration of the next governor of Guam is not going to take place until 2027. We've got to make it through 2026 first, and this is going to be that. It's going to be that crazy year with everything going on and all the politicians and all the empty promises. And do I have a listing already of the empty promises of the Tenorio Barnes administration?
God, it's a long list, huh?
I gotta look. I printed out all kinds of stuff, including the the press release that came out that's got a little bit of the soaring language in there. But I thought it was also kind of interesting. More interesting, I think, than any of the stories that I'm reading is when the news people publish it on like Facebook. I'm digging the comments from people, and you get them from both sides. The people absolutely love Josh Tenorio. He's made a lot of friends over his career in politics and in business. Same thing with Tina Rose, and also it's interesting to see people that I know refer to themselves as diehard hardcore Republicans, but going, nope, I'm a diehard hardcore Republican, but I'm still voting for Josh Tenorio and Tina Rose Munya Barnes. Yeah, because we're like gangs from back in the olden days,
Uncle Bill.
whatever it is.
And Auntie Anne.
Yeah. And is that sufficient enough to sway the vote, or is it possible that you can be convinced one way or the other? We'll take a look and see what folks are saying in the online here for a second. But I haven't nailed down the date of the next inauguration. I don't know when it's coming. I know virtually everything about the upcoming elections, when the primary is, when the general election is going to be, but we got to sweat that out. Like we had the last days of the Biden administration after Donald J. Trump kicked.
That was hard.
Rode that red wave all across the United States of America, led by Jimmy Craig Moylan here on Guam, so we're going to have to wait out that period between the election and the inauguration of a new governor. The lamest time ever, but there's always room for one last big, gigantic mistake. Just saying. Anyway, 6:54 in the morning. Bunch of items on the table of contents. We talk about electricity here on Guam. I think we've got word about new solar farms that are going to be going up. And every once in a while, somebody will ask me, because they think I know, Ray, why are we ignoring ocean thermal? Ray, what's going on? Why can we not have ocean thermal like so many other places around the planet? I mean, we know that we're in a geologically active area. I mean, did we not just have a 5.7 degree earthquake last week?
Sure did.
We did, yeah. Which
get them all the time.
Indicative of some kind of geological activity under our feet and below our oceans. Maybe there's something about maybe we could dig a hole and we'll throw some water down there, and if it comes back as steam, then we know we've got access to ocean thermal. And the answer is, well, it costs a lot of money to make that first test hole. You gotta. It's a big drill, and it's got to go a long ways down. And by the
expensive,
you get down to where you think that bedrock, that hot rock, is supposed to be.
Yeah,
and if it's
a
not,
gamble.
If it's not there, yes, exactly, it's a gamble. But Ocean Thermal Energy Corps has put out their report. A company specializing in the design and engineering of ocean thermal energy conversion has released its Form 10Q report for the third quarter. The report provides a detailed overview of the company's financial performance and business activities, highlighting significant developments and future outlooks. Now, right now, their revenues, $1.43 million, driven solely by the company's contract with the U.S. Department of Defense for the design and engineering of an OTEC unit on Kwajalein. As they say, Kwaj.
Oh, yeah, Kwaj.
Kwaj.
Yeah, Kwaj, right.
They've making a couple of bucks on this. They've lost... Wait a second. They made $1.43 million, but they've lost $168 million, primarily due to the increase in the fair value of the derivative liability and interest expenses. Anyway, so they get down to geographical performance. The company is actively seeking to expand into additional Indo-Pacific markets such as Guam, Diego Garcia, and the Northern Marianas, with ongoing projects in the Caribbean and Southeast Asia, including India and Indonesia. Interesting conversation because you might remember a fellow named David Bice. David Bice was among the early adopters of the military buildup. He was one of the earlier architects of the military buildup, the Marine move to Guam all those years ago. And one of the things that they were concerned about then is Guam Power Authority going to be able to have enough electricity to be able to take on the demands not just of the private population here on Guam, but a growing military as well. Yeah, and so they were looking at ocean thermal, and my recollection is that among the pieces of studio that they were among the pieces of land that they were looking at was going to be Perez land, not too far away from the old hospital.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, because there's a quarry back there. I mean, a quarry. Yeah, there's a quarry
behind Old Perezville. Yeah.
Exactly, Old Perezville. There's an old quarry down there, and they were talking about using that as the site for the test drilling that would have gone to figure out whether we had any opportunities for ocean thermal here. And as it turns out, they never did pursue it for exactly the reasons that I was talking about, and that is because it cost too much to sink a hole, and I'm not too sure what we've got. Are we getting an invitation to swing by the radio?
Yeah, I guess you,
Did I?
He told me you said KKK, and I was like, white power.
No, I'm talking,
okay.
It's Brad Rosales from Saipan.
Yeah,
He's here.
he flew in, and his arms are tired.
Gotcha. Yes, have him swing by.
Yeah,
have him swing by the radio station. I don't tell him where Market Deli is and get some good donuts from down there. But watch where you park the car, because the guy from Black Widow is going to be here in a few minutes, and he's going to pressure wash the building. And I might as well tell you, you might hear a dull noise off in the background, a little bit of a hum in the background of the radio. It is not me in one of those massage chairs. It's Clayton Duvall, who's just fresh from hanging out over at the Moses anniversary yesterday with the entire skate crew. They were all down there together, but he's got to work for a living, and so I gave him a job here at the radio station to help cool the building down with some pressure washing on the roof. So you might hear a little bit of that in the background. In the meantime, we got all kinds of other stuff going on. OTEC has never proven to be cost-effective, says Simon Sanchez. Hawaii's experiment turned into a aquaculture project and never produced enough energy economically. That's why private partners also have never proposed OTEC. Google Hawaii OTEC and learn, says Simon Sanchez. Okay,
Oh,
Simon,
my God, Uncle Si.
I will check it out and learn, as you say. Hey, Si, could you do me a favor? And are you going to get back together? Are there going to be pictures of you and the Republicans hanging out over at Crown Plaza again this weekend? And can we come out with a little bit of a, I don't know, did you guys come up with any platform points? I know you didn't get any partying in because I saw the pictures and there wasn't one beer on the entire table.
Yeah, that was lame.
Yeah. The Democrats had beer at their thing. 7 o'clock in the morning. KUSG got you. 93.3 is the point. We got Fox News Live coming up next. Donna D with news and headlines on the other side of that. I got the football thing up. I don't know that I care to look at it too much here this morning because my beloved San Francisco 49ers are not playing today. They're instead going to be playing into football against the Rams tomorrow. Stand by now. Fox News, KUSG, got you. 93.3 is the point.
Another oil tanker intercepted off Venezuela. I'm Kathleen Maloney, Fox News. Military sources confirm it's the third such vessel seized.
There are reports another oil tanker has been seized this weekend by U.S. forces. That would mark the second this weekend after President Trump ordered a blockade against all sanctioned oil tankers. A Coast Guard maritime special reaction team fast roped aboard a Panamanian-flagged, Chinese-owned tanker from a U.S. helicopter. It's the second tanker to be seized this month. She is not on the sanctioned list. The tanker seized December 10th. The first one is now at anchor outside Galveston, Texas. The supertanker commandeered was loaded with 1.8 million barrels of Venezuelan crude bound for China, where 80% of Venezuelan oil is shipped.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson. Venezuela says in a statement that the seizure was criminal. President Trump calling in to Turning Point USA's Amerifest today, paying tribute to the assassinated founder, Charlie Kirk.
I just want to say that nobody did more for me than Charlie, and there's nobody better than Erica, and you are the greatest people on earth.
And Vice President J.D. Vance also paid tribute to the late Charlie Kirk, saying he led the fight against the war on Christianity in America.
The fruits of true Christianity are men like Charlie Kirk.
His widow, Erica, now leading the conservative youth organization. A holiday present for drivers. Gas prices keep going down.
We've had a pump price drop of 9 cents per gallon in the past 2 weeks. This is on top of another drop before that in the prior 2 weeks. The new price of $2.99 per gallon for regular is 17 cents lower than a month ago.
Industry analyst Trilby Lundberg, who publishes the Lundberg Survey. America is listening to Fox News.
This holiday season, Subway turns up the crave with the limited-time festive flavors collection. A lineup of 3 bold sub rings in beloved holiday flavors in handhelds with Subway's extra festive stuffing and cranberry sauce. Take a bite on the wild side with the Turhampton, oven-roasted turkey, ham, tender rotisserie-style chicken layered with Monterey cheddar, herb stuffing, onion, sweet cranberry sauce, and mayo. Served on hearty multigrain bread. Or set the Friendsgiving feast abuzz with the festive turkey and the festive chicken. Put a fresh twist on holiday feasting. Only at Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
The search continues for the gunman who opened fire at a pub in South Africa, killing 9 people, leaving at least 10 others injured. Fox's Angelo Bavaro with details.
Police say the shooting happened just before 1 a.m. Sunday in a town west of Johannesburg. About a dozen suspects arrived in vehicles, fired at pub patrons, then continued shooting as they fled. An e-hailing driver is among those killed after dropping off a passenger. The attack marks South Africa's second mass shooting in 3 weeks, highlighting the country's ongoing gun violence crisis. South Africa has one of the highest homicide rates in the world, and firearms are the leading cause. Angelo Bavaro, Fox News.
Thousands of people gathering for a vigil today at Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia, 1 week after 15 were shot and killed at a Hanukkah event there. New South Wales Premier Chris Minns.
We grieve with you, and with humility, I acknowledge that the government's highest duty is to protect its citizens and we did not do that 1 week ago.
The alleged attackers had reportedly pledged allegiance to ISIS. Europe plans to send a $105 billion loan to cover Ukraine's essential military and budget needs for the next 2 years as they fight Russia. The deal struck after marathon talks in Brussels this weekend. It will funnel needed cash to Kyiv through a loan backed by the European Union's own budget. The cash flow comes at a critical moment as Ukraine is negotiating potential peace terms with the U.S. and may start running out of money in early 2026 without outside help. Most of San Francisco reportedly has its power back after an outage yesterday cut power to about a third of the city, causing traffic delays and gridlock across the area. Some of the blackouts were caused by a fire that broke out inside a power company's substation. I'm Kathleen Maloney. This is Fox News.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Travel goals unlocked. Whether it's Korea in the summer or Japan in the fall, the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank can help you turn your urge to explore into your next boarding pass. Apply by October 31st, 2025, and if approved, earn 45,000 bonus miles when you spend $2,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Unlock your next adventure with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit one of our branches or go to fhb.com/United.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The clearance team.
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam clearance team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Guam, are you ready? For one night only, Julian Marley and The Uprising, featuring the sounds of DJ Bonix, are coming to Guam at the Lime Event venue this February 14th. And the best part? Everyone is VIP. Experience roots, reggae, and pure Marley vibes live on Valentine's Day. But listen, tickets are extremely limited, and once they're gone for good. Don't wait. Get yours now at guamtime.net. That's guamtime.net. Brought to you by New Wave Studios Guam, Empire Realty, Star 101, Boss 104, and The Point. One night, one price, one legend. Wakey, wakey, Guam. It's time to rise, shine, and dine at Wendy's. Kickstart your morning with our breakfast faves, like the morning melt panini, savory breakfast burrito, or sausage, egg, and cheese English muffin. Or are you looking for some local flavor? Choose one of our local breakfast platters, like the Biggie Breakfast Platter. It's hearty, filling, and packed with island goodness. Start your day with Guam's best value for breakfast, only at Wendy's. Head on over today.
News this hour is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Off a day at 7:07. I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. Testimony continued Friday in the murder trial of John Mike Muliaga, who is accused in the 2021 death of Jaron Wildbacher. Witnesses describe a chaotic scene outside King's Restaurant in Tamuning. The wife of a co-defendant testified that she saw a lot of swinging, but could not confirm seeing specific hits. Another witness told jurors she recorded the fight on her phone for protection. That video reportedly shows a man in a yellow shirt falling after being struck. Muliaga faces charges for the fatal altercation, which medical experts say caused death by blunt force trauma. The trial resumes this week. Meanwhile, Governor Lilian Guerrero vetoed Bill 176, which would have allowed public land leases to extend up to 15 years for tenants in good standing, calling it inconsistent with legislative oversight and writing, The hypocrisy is astounding. She said the bill could let some lessees bypass competitive bidding and legislative review, creating potential sweetheart deals. The veto follows Bill 119, which now requires legislative approval for leases over 15 years. Meanwhile, the governor signed 11 other bills into law, including the expansion of the Tiaguac Cemetery and a major overhaul of the Guam Office of Veterans Affairs. The Veterans Office will now be led by a commission rather than a single administrator. More news after this.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
GDOE Superintendent Eric Swanson officially left the island over the weekend following his final board meeting. Swanson served for 2 years and navigated the department through Typhoon Mawar recovery and the closure of 3 elementary schools. He resigned early due to health concerns and is moving to Georgia. Deputy Superintendent Morgan Wade Paul will serve as the acting leader for the remainder of the year. Former Speaker Judy Wanpat is expected to take over the role on the 1st of January. Board members praised Swanson for his work on school repairs and starting new conversations on student test scores. And behavioral health officials say the Safe Drive Home designated driver service is now operating across the island. The free program offers rides to anyone who feels unsafe driving after drinking. The service runs nightly during late evening and overnight hours through the 3rd of January. Each ride can take up to 5 people. Officials say the program has helped dozens get home safely in past years and aims to reduce DUI crashes during the holidays. Police data show hundreds of DUI arrests and dozens of fatal crashes in a recent year. Ride requests are available by calling 671-787-9276. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
I might get around to doing something like that, 10 after 7 o'clock in the morning. And here I am talking about the sunshine generators offline right now. And as it turns out, I am correct. I had a chance to stick my my head out the door because I heard a familiar voice. And then I thought, hey, what awful weather that was brought in this morning. By Brad Rosala. They got lousy weather in Saipan, and Brad came down to Guam and brought some of that with him.
Yeah, and I left it in my suitcase right outside. It's perfect.
So, okay, so occasionally, this is a rest stop occasionally for somebody in that lives in a homeless place, and so there's a suitcase, a mysterious, and there's a part of me I'm thinking, should we call the cops on, and should we have like the bomb squad come and take a look at that, Joe?
Yeah. We'll send a drug dog first.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll sit. I'm sure it'll say something will spark up. Anyway, yeah,
What's in the box? What's in the box, Joe?
You open it. Open it.
Send Brad out here.
A body folded in half. That's what it's going to end up being. 7:12 in the morning. Very close here to a personal friend from the NMI. Brad Rosala is on Guam, ladies and gentlemen. This is not one of those live blurbs that we do when we share airspace. Welcome back.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, remain seated. It's okay. We're fine. It is awesome to see how you guys operate as a team and how you guys work. You want me to move the chair?
No, we're good. I need to make sure that you were
glare from the back of the lights back here.
I got the same thing, buddy.
I'm working on it, man.
There's the things that we don't have on Guam and the things that we don't have in the NMI include some place where you and I might be able to go and have them put sprockets or something in there.
If it was the northern follicle islands, I would be in good shape, maybe. But
so what are you doing down here?
All right, so my wife's. You met my wife, Kathy.
Yeah.
Her sister lives here with her family, and that's my wife's last family member. So we're spending the holidays together over here.
Down here.
Yeah.
So who's watching the store up in Saipan?
There is no store. I'm the store. So I bring that store. I bring it with me to go.
You can do that. So you'll be able to do your Good Morning Marianas from here?
Yeah, I could do it anywhere. We could be on right now. We don't even know it. No, but we could literally do it from anywhere. I was like, where would be a good spot to do it? But I know tomorrow we got some stuff to do, like going around, got like some interviews and fun stuff like that. But really trying to not do too much work and
during the holidays,
and do a little fun. Like last night, I was up getting the stories ready, so they hit the website and the social media today and all that stuff. And just stuff like that.
What stories are important to your viewers here this morning?
Well, they want to know, what am I doing talking to other people instead of to myself in the morning right now, and I'm like, well, they're here where they are, this is cool. Well, you guys got the deep sea mining conversation stuff going on, and we got that stuff. It's a big deal. It's a little bit more intense over here, for sure. Like all the activist type, the people who protest everything here.
My eyes.
They
I'm
also
trying not
protest
to roll my
that.
eyes.
Yeah,
I'm trying really, really hard not to roll my eyes.
Well, they also protest that.
Yeah,
add it to the list. Right? Sorry, everybody. At least now you know.
We got the same bunch of people here protesting the same things, and they're doing the same thing up in Enema.
It's the Protest of the Month Club.
Yes.
Yeah. So they're just happen to do the mining stuff right now.
Are they? So it's you get a temporary break from the Free Palestine conversation.
I'm tired of paying for it. I want it for free.
Yes.
And you know what? I can get on board with this. I mean, how long have we been paying so much for?
I don't know. I'm trying not to delve too much and throw a whole lot of fire in this undersea mining, because I don't know everything about it. And while there's a bunch of people, I think they're going to protest just on general principles. I would like to see if there is an upside, if there's a potential for some of this stuff, some of the activity that's going to take place out in wherever they're going to be doing the mining. They got to come back every once in a while, put gas in the tanks, get food, and maybe go and stay in a hotel while they're transitioning from one season to the next.
Well, it's good to hear that you're finally behind transitioning. But the other stuff is
my doctor
said you're a real handsome woman. But with regards to that one, we had the CEO of that Impossible Metals on the show, and they talked about what they were trying to do with it. So again, I'm not really in favor or against it. I get nothing out of it now. But this type that they were talking about isn't the scoop it up, the vacuums, the sediment plumes, and all this other stuff. All that, it's not about taking out the sea mounts and all that stuff. These guys, they've got something that doesn't even rest on the bottom. It's a positively buoyant thing, and it just picks up those little potato things that are down there, the nodules.
Things.
Yeah, the guy held one up, and I'm like, oh, they're like little potatoes. And then they're supposed to leave behind between 94 and 96% of them. How all that works, I don't know if their math means versus the whole ocean floor or like that spot that they're using. They would use their corporate stuff, but either way, it doesn't look to me, my uneducated eyes and ears with this guy. It doesn't sound like you're leaving everything behind. Now, the other stuff, so this one doesn't sound destructive. The other stuff they're talking about, they said that mud that's down there is valuable somehow. And then up to 70 feet deep,
so when they start scooping that up, disturbing the sediment, then all of a sudden that stuff will start floating around and cover everything.
Not only that,
kill the coral and
it's
the sharks and
3,000 meters down, right? So that they bring it up to the ship, they keep the stuff they don't want, they start it back down, but they only send it 1,000 meters down. So the last 2,000 meters, it's like
what's going to happen?
Wonderland of terrible. Everything just eventually.
Okay, so that one I won't like.
Yeah,
because it'll cover stuff with sediment, probably stink like hell too. Seeing the same, people always looking for an opportunity to protest and then automatically saying nukes are bad, even though we've got the United States military that's been using nukes for about the last 65 years, and they don't have they've got a pretty good track record of that, and they're talking about doing a nuke thing here, and there's already people over at the legislature. Blah, 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 we don't want to hear. We can't hear. We don't want to hear anything about nukes. Same thing with waste energy and all of that. It's the smoke and the same thing that we've got in the water. The PFAS and the deodorants will be airborne, and we're all going to suffocate as a result of that. So yeah, I've got limited amount of patience for the protests and those conversations to the degree that they make any kind of news at all. But obviously the bigger story that will always be the big story in the NMI and here on Guam is what the hell are we going to do about the hospitality industry and getting tourists out here? We got the good news from Philippines. We got Cebu, Guam. They're talking about Ilo to Guam. And didn't somebody just, they're restarting the Manila Saipan jumps.
Yeah, it starts in March, just like your big event, the Lick thing, whatever you guys say with the pause. And,
Lick of the Irish.
Yeah. So they're getting people ready. They're like, husbands, come up with a good excuse now. You got 3 months to figure out how you're going to go to the Philippines by yourself. So that's why they made it give you so much advance notice. And so that's it.
Yeah.
Remember that thing? Something's. Oh, my arm! I gotta go.
I have a golf trip. Me and the boys, golf reunion. It's a thing. Whack Whack. We're gonna go to Whack Whack and play golf there.
Yep, that's exactly it. Or to visit the libraries and the chapels,
churches.
Yeah. So, so we got that going for us. What's the solution? I don't know, but it's funny because I think people are starting to warm up to the notion that, hey, this is happening throughout the whole region. It's not just us. Our dollar is killing it, right? And so flying through Japan, I couldn't believe how much stuff I could buy over there for my dollar. It was crazy. And so like I budgeted way less, and I'm like, well, I'm going to get way more with that less. Anyhow, so we're not getting a whole lot of folks that are coming out here. Eventually, that'll turn around, I imagine. But in the meantime, in the NMI anyway, we're looking for other industries. You guys have some other things to help buoy you through some of this stuff. But there's an electric vehicle manufacturer, Zoe Motors, that's looking at setting up shop with us. Now, it's not going to be, they're not going to fabricate parts, but they're going to assemble them in the CNMI. So we're working on
to try to get out from under tariffs?
Yeah, it's 100% it. And we're looking at other ways that we can leverage. Like, it's just what the president was trying to do, right?
Yes.
Trying to get stuff in the U.S. and all that stuff so that we could take advantage of it. Well, boom, here it comes.
There's a whole bunch of people with American passports that would like to have some decent jobs.
Absolutely.
And something that's got a little bit of a longer lasting field than garment manufacturing.
Hopefully.
Well, is there a possibility that that could be an enticement for somebody to come back and start, as you say, assembling the parts of the garments there in Saipan and make it feel like the old Head Note 3A days?
Yeah, and we used to get so much between the like those payroll taxes, even though they weren't getting a whole lot of payroll taxes. But everything else, those guys got to eat. They got to buy that somewhere.
Yeah.
The power's got to be used by somebody, all that kind of stuff.
Secondary and tertiary touches, yeah.
You're going to get all that, and then there'll be a big feel for it, especially the amount of land that they're going to need to have these facilities to put these things together. So that's a big, exciting thing. I don't know if
the land's all owned by one guy up there, right?
Oh yeah, well, and his brother.
You can't, and the brother, right? You can't buy or sell a whole lot of property unless you've got blood of Northern Mariana descent.
Well, you used to be able to get some real deals. You walked in there like from China, and you're able to get all kinds of that. It was a.
I'm going to put the pause because I'm realizing that we haven't finished the traffic and the weather here yet. Let me take care of the weather here because the snotty weather that Brad brought from Saipan, partly sunny is what we've got in the forecast today, although I said that there was going to be some rain wash, and I thought it was just going to affect us in the south. But radar imagery might have lied to me, fibbed a little bit this morning because it looks like it's all over the place and everywhere. So drive to the conditions, would you? Daytime highs today, maybe 87 degrees. With the heat index, it'll feel like 92 degrees. Gusty conditions, maybe up to 24 miles an hour this morning, about 21 miles an hour tonight. This is the same forecast we've got for you over the next couple of days until the governor says, no, everybody has to work. It looks like we're going to be in for this kind of weather between now and New Year's. Partly sunny, daytime highs around 87 degrees, isolated showers, scattered showers, etc. We see, like I said, heat index can make it feel like 92. 30% chance of rain. Expect rip currents and high surf warnings as a result of all of the higher winds that we're experiencing right now. Sunset tonight should be about 6 o'clock, and we saw sunrise at 6:39 this morning. There it is. News and weather together right here on 93.3. This is The Point.
Ring in the season with Coca-Cola and Burger King's Seasons Winnings Holiday Giveaway. 4 lucky winners will win a Coca-Cola premium prize pack at participating Burger King locations. Each prize pack includes a Coca-Cola outdoor canopy, barbecue grill, Adirondack chair, and a stainless cooler. Purchase any large Whopper combo meal and receive an official validation slip to enter on the official Coke Guam website. See restaurant for details. Promotion ends December 31st, 2025. Drawing will be held on January 7th, 2026. Happy holidays from your friends at Burger King. You rule.
Every year it's the same thing. What do I get them for Christmas? This year, give them something they'll actually use and never forget. At Blades by Crank, we've got high-performance chef knives, hunting knives, pocket knives, sleek chef accessories, and never-released blades. Designed right here in the Marianas and built for precision, performance, and pride, we've got something for everyone. These aren't just tools. They're legacy pieces crafted to last a lifetime. Shop now at bladesbycrank.com or visit the local shop on the first floor of the Agania Shopping Center. Blades by Crank. making the holidays extra shinart.
3 days till Christmas. This Christmas countdown is brought to you by Carrier Guam. Daily savings on all our high wall units, both Carrier and Toshiba splits.
What happened? 7:23 is the Ray Gibson Show, right? Portion's being brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and Kim and Ron and the beautiful people over at Security Title.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePOINT.gu.
Brad Rosala from Saipan, marveling at the technology that drives the program here on the Ray Gibson Show. It looks like it does a lot with the monitors and the cameras and the rigs and everything. Nothing. No, it all comes down to people power. Real Joe in the studio, Donna D here with news and the headlines. And but I likewise am impressed with what you are able to do with your OBS.
Yeah, we're just using film. You know, we just use film. That's how we're doing all of it. Yeah, OBS. That's the way we're doing it.
No, that's your software, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've dabbled with OBS before, and I can't make it do the same things that I do with the very expensive software that we have. So, I have to until I figure out the.
You basically told him his software is cheap.
No, his software it's very, very good software,
okay,
but
I don't know.
It's one of those things where I need to go back to high school to figure it out. Is the problem? But
I know what it sounds like, Joe. I mean, it sounds like there's chef guy and all that. Or like, hey, I like what you're doing, your hamburgers. I can't seem to replicate them with all these fine cuts of beef that we only serve to our customers. You know, but I like what you're doing though. Hey, it works for you though.
But anyway, because I got there's a guy on YouTube and he doesn't like he wants me to transfer all the video systems to OBS and like I said I'm congratulating you because I can't figure out OBS to save my life. OBS, short for outside broadcast software, what we like to call away games at the radio station. But anyway, we've got the Facebook side, YouTube side, keeps it to America talking about 45 degrees where he's at in Washington, D.C., and marveling at some of the football. I was going to get some football scores up before too much longer. But I got a friend, a broadcast colleague in the studio from up in the NMI, an old buddy of mine, even when you weren't doing a show on TV. You were like the go-to for like every business needed somebody in a public information capacity, and they all hired you. You've got a library of business cards.
There's a couple I haven't gotten yet, but it's like Pokemon.
Right?
You know, I'm trying to catch them all.
So you still working with Triple J up there?
No.
No.
That was the whole big thing.
How late am I on that?
March of 24. So, or no, sorry, May. Sorry for everybody I worked with in April and May last year. But. So
because they're listening, going, but wait, we paid you.
Hey, wait, you met Mr. Jones before?
Yes.
Yeah, we get him and say, hey, though, Ray, good to see you. But so everybody who knows Mr. Jones has a Mr. Jones. Let's just put that out there, Mr. Jones. I like it. Oh, you're pretty good, Brad. Keep going. Hey, when I was there, I would see him working on Saturdays. This is a guy who's a millionaire many times over, right?
Yep.
All over the place.
Yep.
And he's 90 and working on Saturdays. What the hell is this guy doing in here, right? Or, so I see this and I'm like, I need that in my life. Like, I want to do this stuff. So all these things that I would always rate, stuff like this, microphone stuff and all that, that's me in the 80s recording the music off the radio with one tape deck. And then with another recorder over here, then I'll play that. All right, that was Madonna. Coming up next, we've got this new hit band called Wham. Here we go. Last Christmas, like all that. And then I would record it. I'm like, oh, it sounds kind of cool. Or I'd listen to the DJs and I would, when I'm driving in the car, hear them talking. And I would pretend like that's a producer in my ear and just try to say the same stuff that they're saying with the same script and everything like that, with it making it sound normal with that flow. So I've always loved to do that kind of stuff. And then I like that OBS, I had never messed around with it before I started doing this, and little by little adding some and all that. Everybody who has a real job, you guys get to do fun stuff, right? Everybody else out there who has a real job, when they have times at their desk when they're doing mess around stuff that has nothing to do with their job, right? Everything that's my mess around thing is my thing now, and that's the coolest thing. Like
that's how you got into it. So I'm stopped working for the man, and I'm going to do this myself. And it's all the fun stuff that I had been trying out before, and now I get to do it for real and try to keep the lights on and the family fed.
And We are now able to keep the lights on and keep the family.
Good for you.
You know, but
good for you.
And look at here we are in Guam. You know, so
exactly. I didn't start off exactly the same way. I spent a lot of time when I was growing up listening to Johnny Gerber and the Wireless Rock Show, and my old man was in radio and television. So when I got to be 16, and it was time for me to get a job outside of the family warehouse at Mariana Sales, I decided, let's try this radio thing. It's giving Pop a pretty good life. Maybe it'll work out for me. And I don't know, 45 years later, and maybe one of these days I'll get to be pretty decent at what we're talking about. But what we're doing. 79 or something like that. Anyway, so we got the people ask me what the show is about, and I tell them it's about 4 hours long. And they said, no, what's your show about? I said, it's political gossip and smart-ass comments. And so the political gossip machine around here is beginning to ramp up. We're looking at the last days of 2025. All of 2026 is going to be an election year, even after the general election in 316 days from now.
Not that anyone's counting.
I do the count up. For a lot of reasons, and for some people, it's like you just can't wait for this administration to end. I'm like, is it obvious? 316 days from the general election, primary election, in 239 days. And as I said, things are heating up. Friday afternoon over at Fort Apugan, Real Joe lurking, spying, if you will, with his ears, and a conversation and soaring speeches that were made by Josh Tenorio and my classmate Tina Rose Munya Barnes as they put their hat officially in the ring to run for governor of Guam in 2026. Now, I'm trying to remember the offset for your elections up in the NMI. This is not an election year coming up for you guys, is it?
It is. We are on the same.
So
there used to be an offset. And back when Governor Fithiel was in, there was a law that said, hey, why don't we get on board the same schedule? We were doing odd years. And so now the question was, do we do it where that governor gets an extra year or that governor gets a shorter term, just that gap to cover that 1 year? So they're like, well, we'll give him an extra one. So that he ended up getting that 5 years.
He was not unpopular?
He was not able to finish that. He had to step down during all that stuff. And, but he's still in the good graces with a whole bunch of folks over there. It's weird how it works, just trying to be out there and see how everything ebbs and flows and all that. And he broke away from a party, and now he's totally back in with that party. Then he went with the guy who broke away with the party, and now he's back with the other guys. But that's just him, maybe this happens here too.
It's like wrestling. He's a good.
That is it.
He's a good wrestler now, but careful because he might turn into an evil wrestler down the road.
He might turn.
Something will happen, and he'll be an evil. Didn't that do with what's his name?
The Undertaker.
Undertaker was like a bad guy, then he turned into a good guy, and then he was a bad guy again.
Hulk Hogan did that
Hulk
too.
Hogan, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm
it.
thinking.
No, we got it. So look, we can do this in Guam. Make this work. It's the WWG, right? So that's it. World Wrestling of Guam. And you guys have to fill me in on all the politicians on who's who.
I'm thinking about Tom.
Top rope. Here comes Parkinson. Oh my goodness, Barnes is down for the count. Can you believe it?
Yeah. Wait a second. Tom ran as a Republican, but he's doing Democrat stuff in the legislature, and he's fighting with the Republicans in the legislature. What's going on here?
And he brings out the rainbow thong of justice. Here it comes. Oh my gosh.
The folding chair of wisdom and logic. Oh my God. Yeah. So that's kind of the way. It's kind of the way things are down here as well. We likewise have the same things where you got guys and they run it on a platform and then they get in there and all of a sudden things change. I thought you were going to be the one. I thought you were going to be the one that was going to change everything.
You were supposed to defeat the Sith. Now join them.
So what about the gambling? Well, you guys, there's a conversation around here. What are you laughing at in there?
Gambling.
No.
Saipan. Did Saipan great.
Casino gambling. Right. So there's a growing chorus of people here that are saying, look, the existing hospitality is in the toilet, and these are desperate times. We're losing the DFS. You guys already lost yours, and
we're trendsetters.
Yeah, that's right. Thank God that Dennis and his wife have breathed some life into Tony Roma's. Otherwise, that was going to be gone. But we lost Planet Hollywood, Hard Rock Cafe, GameWorks, GameStop, all of that stuff stuff that we originally used as the linchpins of Pleasure Island over the years, all of that has gone away, and not sure if any of that is going to be able to come back. And so there's a chorus of people that are saying, and I've never been dead set against casino gambling. I think some of the characters, and in fact, some of the same characters that we're talking about gambling here, have been able to go up and take advantage of situations and systems up in Saipan and the NMI. But from the perspective of a businessman that lives in the NMI, is that going to be the golden ticket? Will that be the Willy Wonka move that saves us?
Yeah, monorail. So this is it's an interesting topic. I have zero problem with the industry, right? The idea of having a casino. I had a lot of fun when it was here. I'm not a big gambler. It was one of those. They had a table that was war. You know that war game? Look, you pull
With
out
the
a card,
cards?
dealer has a card, whoever has the high card wins. Right? And so we had a bunch of our buddies drinking for free at that table playing war. And we were having a rip-roaring good time. And it's like $5 a round, right? And we're just doing this. It was like the end of the weekend, end of the night thing, you know, but we didn't want to go home yet, so we did this. The people left the other tables to see what the heck was going on at our table because we were. So anyway, it was fun, right? Now the way that casino got here and everything, that is the big issue. Now some people are just against casinos, period, and good, that's their thing, no problem. For me, the tough pill was how it got in and how it kind of got forced in, and how behind this shroud, these backroom negotiations with this one company ended up getting it, and then when they got it here, they made some really good chicken, so it worked out, right? So now they ended up defaulting, and I think over years of basically people letting them get away with anything. The lawmakers, I think it was through one particular group of folks, and they probably received some stuff to make that happen.
You think?
Yeah, I mean, I just think maybe. But yeah, so that ended up happening, and then they would direct the people that would fall under them politically to do it a certain way. And so what ended up happening, everybody kind of ended up suffering from the whole thing. So now you got this other company that's coming in to buy out that company that went bankrupt. And that company looks a lot like that first company. And I mean by the same people, titles, and all that other kind of stuff. So are we getting set up for a failure again? And then we've got those people who were running the show and who made that trip out to Macau the first time to bring those guys in. They're like, hey, we're running for governor.
Yep,
we're doing this.
Yep,
So,
back in the saddle.
But it's been so dire. The question is, you know, what's the issue? Now, the big thing about the casino industry is that it wasn't from people from Saipan, Tinian, Rota, and Guam who were spending the money in there. It was all these big heavies who were trying to push money through, clean it up so they can use it outside of China.
Yes.
And so are they able to do that? Now they are not able to do that. So China passed some rules and that they're not able to move all that.
Their rules, but I mean, enhanced security now. It's like we've got an FBI office by Home Depot, and my guess is that occupies a little bit of their time.
Well, I'll tell you.
Looking across the ocean to see what's happening up in the NMI.
So the FBI guys here in Saipan are my buddies, right? I know these guys. I've known the different ones who have come in and gone over the years. These guys are kind of hamstrung too. They haven't really made they've done some good stuff over the years, and the guys from the AUSAs in Saipan work for Sean down here.
Yep.
You know, they've got some pretty big tags and stuff like that. But really, if we really want to see some of that stuff happen, you know, no digs on what's happening here. This is not shade being thrown on Guam at all.
Oh, no.
Because
there's a big case, over 1 million documents involving the lieutenant governor's boyfriend and sister. Many insinuations floating around about that, and work that is being done at district court right now.
But sorry, just to jump in, just to wrap that up with about what would really help make all those cases go through in Saipan, Tinian, and Rota would be having our own United States attorney dedicated just for the NMI. It's crazy. First of all, we you know, they talk about us having the most military folks per capita recruits. We have the most lawyers per capita, I think, too. If we had our own dedicated United States attorney, we would see some real stuff happen here. There's just so much between here and Guam.
There's so many touch points and so many conversation points. Simon Sanchez is listening, waiting for us to say his name, and
if you say it 3 times, he shows up.
That's right.
He's awesome, by the way.
Simon Sanchez.
He's on our CUC board.
I know. That's why I wanted to bring it up here. here because we lose him. A couple of days a month, he goes up there and he helps you guys out.
Yeah, you're welcome to United. That's another $10,000 for them every month.
Exactly, and I don't know what kind of digs he's staying in when he gets up there.
Are they a big show sponsor?
So I'm just kind of curious. So with his influence and his experience, largely in the hospitality industry and the garments and the trash business, and in the generation, the utilities business, how are things going with your utilities? I mean, you can satisfy. You can say, you know what, Simon's done an outstanding job. We don't have load shedding. There's no power outages anymore. Everything is going great, and the prices are down. That's kind of what I want to hear. But it's a legit question. I'm just kind of curious. How are things going? I mean, I'm old enough to remember going up to the NMI, and sometimes the electricity was on, and sometimes it was the sound of a generator that was going. I remember going up there when everybody caught all the rainwater and had these little gizmos on the roof and pumps attached to it, and that's where we got water from, because the stuff out of the pipes, we couldn't even wash the car with it because it'd rust overnight. So are things better?
So, we're better than we have been. There was the joke about 17 years ago, because we had the power going off all the time. CUC is the Commonwealth Utilities Corporation, like your GPA or your GWA. We would call CUC Chamorro's using candles, because, we did not have enough power because we had the load shedding and it was terrible. So those days are behind us, but it's not because we were able to sustain it on our own. We've got like a daisy chained to Greco farm over there that we're paying a lot for, and that's making our rates pretty high now. So Simon, by the way, with respect to everybody who's there, he brings a lot of experience to the table. We have a lot of people who are appointed to that board who are pretty important folks in the CNMI and all that stuff. But Simon, when he comes in, I mean, you can hear the voice of experience from doing all that stuff. So it's great to have him in there. But so what are the big issues? We basically have a legislature that said, hey, thanks for trying to regulate. We're going to name these guys from our regulatory commission, and we're not going to let you raise, do you guys call it the fuel adjustment charge?
We have a LEAC, yeah.
Yeah, we had a LEAC. Now we call it a FAC. Why? There's a lot of jokes in it, but like I don't know other than rebranding. Hey, it's New Coke, So we do the same kind of stuff. But our regulatory body said you're no longer able to go above this level. So
what's the point of having them then?
Ooh, I know, it's great. Well, because they're kind of revolting, because our fuel adjustment charge, or I forgot what the LEAC stood for, but it also included a bad debt component, and our hospital has about $30+ million of bad debt, a large portion of which is, did I say $30 million? I meant $60 million. Half of that is interest and fees and associated with the $30 million plus that they owe. So not only does the hospital have to pay their bill, everybody else is paying for their bill plus trying to chip away at that big thing. So that's why we're in a big kind of cluster.
So as you pay your power bill, you're also helping the hospital pay off its debt?
We're paying everybody. So here's the funny, so this is how, let me give you, and by the way, so thank you for turning into Brad's Utility Chat. We'll be back. But so the way it works is we got 3 tiers. We've got your residential rate. This is like, hey, community, we are the lowest. You got your commercial rate, which is for all of us business guys. And then you got your government rate, which is like 4 times your residential rate. So the government rate is being subsidized by the rate, or your personal rate is being subsidized by the government, right? But you're paying for the government's thing with your taxes anyway. So so the bigger tax base is paying for the subsidy for the power. But then when the government agencies don't pay for their fuel, which a lot are for, not their fuel, but for their utilities, which so many are behind. And then when your hospital doesn't pay, all that gets put into a bad debt that gets put into that LEAC or FAC, and then the regular ratepayers are paying it too. So you might find where your usage is a tiny amount, but your LEAC is like several times.
Yeah. Because you're subsidizing everything. The ratepayers.
You're paying it twice.
Yeah.
You're paying it for your place.
Oh,
you're
my
paying
God.
the taxes for their
Somebody,
utilities.
we're going to need to stop this
based on
conversation. Somebody over our legislature is listening, writing it down, going, hey, this is a great thing they got up in Saipan. We got to try that out here. And that'll take it. We'll use that. We'll use the justify the enormous debt that Guam Memorial Hospital has. And we'll use that because who's going to say no to the hospital? Who's going to say no to the patients and the doctors?
What is going on with your hospital?
Oh, my God. I don't know. They had a smoke event the other day that caused for a number of members of the fire department family to run over there on a Saturday, and they shut down the visitors for a while. I think they've got it all. They've got it all sorted out now, and they've told a story that nobody is very, very curious about. Although there might be a couple of doctors that are going, "Oh yeah, sure."
In a world,
yes,
where people cannot pay. Or get treatment.
Charlie Hermosa says, "How are you, Brad? So great to see you." So we get you're gonna have to make contact with some of the other guys.
Thanks to Charlie, he flew me here on a drone.
Oh, they've got that technology nailed down and wired. 7:43 in the morning. You know what? Believe it or not, we've got other things that go on here in the morning show. So I'm gonna let you grab your coffee and jump in the rent-a-car. You know how to find me, obviously, and
Yes.
and so if you got some time where you're not chasing family around, or if you're not going to go visit the other radio stations, he said, hit me up on the WhatsApp, and we'll find a couple of cold beers together.
That sounds amazing. Hey, thanks. Good to see all you guys in action and in person and all this other stuff.
And it's great to have a breath of fresh air. Kill some time on a Monday morning, right after the long weekend, before the long weekend. 7:44 in the morning. That's Brad Rosala from the beautiful island of Saipan in the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. And don't you feel better about your stuff now? That wasn't the point of it, but every once in a while it bears reminding you that you should always be mindful of other people and their issues. You might have a pile of problems in your life, but sometimes when you hear about the pile of problems somebody else has, it makes you want to hug yours. Then you just want to embrace ours. I thought it was tough, but there are places that have got a little bit worse. And I got to throw this but in here because the ultimate truth is Saipan and the rest of the CNMI. Awesome place. Despite everything else, there is nothing better than a sunset, hanging out at the beach over by Crown. That's one of the best backyards in the world. Is right behind Crown. You know where I'm talking about.
This, by the way, and this is for your guys
Cold beer, Olei Beach Bar.
It's right across the street from my studio. I see that every night.
I love it there.
So this is where I think the tourism goes. So what we did, like you mentioned, all those places that closed, we lost them too. All the touristy places are all gone. All those big name tourist traps, all that stuff, they're all gone. But they came for the first stuff. All the other stuff came afterwards. So we focus on what's really awesome about our place, and not to sound too huggy and all that stuff, but I mean, like, our culture is pretty, balling.
Yeah.
And when we just focus on that stuff, like when you talked about like the sunset, right? But when I see that with like the canoes with the proas on them and going by, I'm like, dude, I would fly to a place like that to see this kind of stuff. Imagine seeing, I don't know if you guys have those sailing here.
No, that's the Brad Visitors Bureau. You're absolutely right, and so I'm a fan. That makes Joe crazy when I say it, but but never mind high tech, high touch is what it's all about. And I think between Saipan and Guam back in the day, that's how we did it. I do have to let you. I got to cut you loose here. I got Donna D's ready for news and headlines. We got to get around to doing some of that. I blew off the entire first part of the year. You're that important, Brad. You're that important. Blew all of that stuff off. Now we got to do news and headlines. This being brought to you by the guys over at BK Burger King with their $20 books of gift certificates. So if you got somebody that you're just impossible to shop for, everybody loves a Whopper. Go get them some with the gift cards you can find at the drive-thru over at Burger King. Also being brought to you by Hoffaday Realty, Pica's best realtors for a long time. Joe D, Saran, Antiloli, and Libby going to take care of you. You got questions now that we've sold the most expensive house on Guam a few months back? What's the next big real estate deal? I'll bet they got a line on that at Hoffaday Realty. Now with the news and headlines, here's Donna D.
GSWA will take over full operations of the Ladson landfill by February 28. The move ends a private contract early and is expected to save $1.3 million a year starting in 2027. As part of the deal, the agency is spending over $1 million to buy existing equipment to keep operations running smoothly. The 13 current employees at the landfill will need to reapply for their jobs as government workers. 2 new management positions were also created to oversee the site. Meanwhile, students oppose proposed changes to Guam Guam Education Board Policy 705, saying limits on food fundraisers would reduce funding for clubs, teams, and graduation events. Officials warn that federal funding could be lost if fundraisers don't meet U.S. Department of Agriculture nutrition requirements. A final decision is on hold until incoming Superintendent Judy Wanpat can review the policy. And Philippine Airlines is evaluating a new direct flight route between Iloilo and Guam. The carrier launched its Cebu to Guam service last week and is now looking to expand Visayas connectivity. Tourism groups have pushed for the route since 2018 to serve the island's large Filipino population. PAL says it will make a decision based on market demand. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
It is so interesting that they're doing that for a lot of different reasons, because every once in a while the topic of hospitality from the Philippines pops up, to which many people say, what do we have on Guam that they cannot get in the Philippines? What do we have here that residents in Cebu and Iloilo and Manila can't get there? So what is it that why are they coming out here in the kind of numbers that they are? It's sufficient enough for the PAL people to be looking at using Iloilo as a source market. Now, I do want to get some more thoughts on this board policy that they're going over. So this is the one. The students obviously want to have bake sales to support all of the activities that go on, right? But back in the Michelle Obama days, did they not weaponize the food in the school and say, okay, well, if you want us to continue to pay for all of the food that we're going to be feeding people with and throwing money at SNAP cards, then we have to control everything about the food in the schools. Isn't that basically it? And so for a long time, people weren't allowed to do bake sales. I'm just curious about that, because I was raised in the Catholic school system. We had bake sales all the time, and we had one nun that her thing was, you remember her, was at Cathedral Grade School. Was this Sister Damien, right? Was it Sister Damien? Well, we had one of the nuns at Cathedral Grade School.
None in the morning and none at night.
She had a store in the classroom. She'd open up at lunchtime, and you could go in there and you could buy candies and snacks, all kinds of stuff. And then when it was time for classes to start, then she'd close the little store in her desk, and we'd go back to teaching kids. But that was, and I don't know where the money went. I presume that it went to, buy stuff for students,
This nun might have had.
What's that?
So you're saying this nun might have had a habit? All right. Hey, we'll be here all week, folks.
It's 7:49 in the Ray Gibson Show. More on the way.
Breathe easy this Christmas with Carrier Guam. Keep your home merry, bright, and fresh with our XL Air Purifier. Now just $265 while supplies last. With 3-in-1 filters and LED air quality monitoring, it's the perfect gift of clean air for your family. Visit Carrier Guam in Harmon Industrial Park behind Kmart or call 671-647-2665. Carrier, your local source for comfort and quality this holiday season. Carrier Guam. Turn to the experts this Christmas.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA, or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challen San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs. At Guam Regional Medical City's Cancer Center, your care is our priority. We provide comprehensive treatment services tailored to your needs with compassionate support every step of the way. Our expert team specializes in hematology and oncology, delivers advanced radiation therapy, and offers personalized chemotherapy infusions in a comfortable setting. We also provide effective pain management and a full range of outpatient infusion services, including blood and iron transfusions. We're here for you, supporting your entire journey right here at home. Guam Regional Medical City, comprehensive cancer care close to home.
7 minutes away from the, no, is it 7? No, 7:51, not 7 minutes. So you get 9 minutes away from the top of the hour. And the next news, next bit of Fox News, and a story that they have been ignoring, which is making me crazy here, is the Powerball jackpot. Have you seen it? Have you seen Powerball jackpot? I'll get to the numbers here in a second. Let me just say, it's almost as much as the budget for the government of Guam. Ray Gibson Show at 7:51. That's the time from Beyond the Box. We're getting close. Christmas 3 days away, and it's not like they're open 24 hours a day at the mall. So make sure that you are strategic about this. They open the doors, I believe, at 10 o'clock today. First stop, Beyond the Box, first floor, Micronesia Mall. You know somebody with a phone. You know somebody with an iPad. You know somebody that's got a important digital life. Maybe they need stuff stuff around the house. Maybe they need to get one of those little Mac Minis they can put on the back of the TV set and do their surfing and their commuting right there in the living room on a 65-inch TV. Yes, I am talking about me. But you can go and get it all sorted out for you at Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall, 752.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
See, sometimes I don't know if he's kidding because Trump derangement syndrome will do that to you. Kenley and Guerrero says all they need to do is open a casino on Guam is to buy enough Trump meme coins to get his attention. And then we can build a casino here on Guam. That's actually a pretty good idea. That's actually a pretty good idea. I think Ginger Cruz wrote a letter to the President of the United States. I think it's in today's Guam Daily Post. I might take a look at that and see if she's offering him advice or trying to figure out whether there's ways that we might be able to get a little bit more attention from the President of the United States of America. Who's on the phone?
Jimmy Craig, the congressman.
I know that guy. And I'm not the only one that talks about him. There's a story I've got in my pile of news that is not written by anybody from around here, but talks about the NDAA and its significance to the people of Guam and, of course, the mission in Indo-PACOM. Now, there's a lot of moving parts in it, but the President has signed off on it, and now the flow of dough can commence. Good morning, Congressman Jimmy Craig Moreland. Welcome to the broadcast.
Good. Thank you. Glad to be back home just last night. So excited to spend a few days back home, and especially during Christmas time. And most excited about the signing of our NDAA by the President. So obviously it's centric about Guam once again. And in his planning, his strategic planning, recognizing the importance of doing some really good things for the island that we were able to get in, totaling $1.3 billion and helping several items, like, for example, the housing allowances for our civilian workers that work on base. And our local civilians supporting our mission here in Guam, and they're faced with the cost of living that they weren't receiving or getting the same as the other hired folks. So from the mainland, so they now get living quarter allowance authorized to apply to the Department of War civilian employees. They're also going to get a retention bonus of 50% on base pay authorized for local hires. So these are things they've been always asking for, and it helps them address the cost of living and the high cost of where we stay. And we also have some good things in there for housing oversight and accountability, where an independent third party now has to do the assessment required to see what we really need here and focus on reducing our pressure on the local housing. So a report is necessary to some public and private partnership study to deliver housing faster with community buy-in, which we're going in that direction. But this report is due in the fall of 2026. So we're getting some better planning adjustments, and also in the national security side, we know that Guam is the center of the Indo-Pacific strategy, and that's for sure. And the strength and readiness, we've got to keep our economic benefits on the island. So what this means that the NDA puts in is that the Navy now is directed to access expanding ship repair capabilities on Guam. So we want that expanded, and they're directed to do this. We also have something called the design and build infrastructure for Guam contractors, and something they were complaining about for quite some time. When somebody designs it out by island, then they have to make some changes, then it weighs on cost, and it skyrockets the cost. Now the design build is taking care of one section. And we also have Department of War and Guam Power Authority partnering up on projects up to $30 million without prior congressional approval. So we know we've got one grid, so we're making sure that the Department of War is helping pump in money to help our Guam Power Authority.
That'd buy a whole lot of nuke, buddy. That could buy a nice little pocket-sized nuclear reactor around here somewhere.
No, right, which we need a year. Some reports were saying that wasn't included, but it was included to say we need to be notified on how this is going. And it's up to 1 year. Some folks need to find the right reports, but I wish they would call me and I can direct them in the right direction. But 1 year notice required to the government of Guam and Congress before permanent nuclear reactor placement is even happening. So we want to keep the public informed of this. We also have missile defense assessments conducted by the MIT Lincoln Laboratory. We want to release that in the unclassified form. And then we got military cannot dismantle any existing defense systems or portions of the systems without congressional Congress notifying us. So they may want to do some changes, but they can't. They have to give us the heads up first. And then also we direct Department of War to address the spread of invasive, that banded hornet. So, even invasive species we're talking about. But there's a whole lot more, Ray. And, we put
it's a sweeping document, obviously, and rather large. President signing off on it. As I said, it means that there is going to be a flow of cash and an infusion of cash into the Indo-PACOM area, Guam-centric. So it's going to be interesting to see all of the improvements that the Department of War is going to be making here and working with the local government, local utilities to see how much of that gets going and how quickly we can get some of those resources, especially where it comes down to the housing. And there's a big crunch on here on housing on Guam, and many people think that that is as a result of all of the military work that's being done here, notwithstanding other issues that are impacting housing on Guam, the lack of available land that people are willing to separate from because they know there's a big deal coming up down the road, and so everybody's holding on to everything, plus cost of construction, etc. Jimmy, I know that there's, as I said, a lot of moving parts on this, so what I'm thinking about doing is maybe I'm going to put you on hold, and between you and Joe, maybe we can build in some time for an in-studio like we just did with Brad. It'd be great to get you actually in the building and talking about the NDAA, other things, things that are working in Washington, D.C. You've got an idea about trying to make sure that veterans and their families have access to low-cost education, if not free. And I know that there's already been some criticism on that idea, and then seeing if there's ways that we might be able to provide parity between what our kids on Guam are spending for college educations in the United States mainland. How do we get resident rates? So I want to get an update on those two issues as well as everything else going on with the NDAA.
I'm here for a few days. I will make it happen with Real Joe. We'll come in and what is it? I got to bring donuts. Which one was it?
The Main Street Deli. Main Street Deli. It's on the way. It's on the way. Okay. Sandy can pick it up and drop it off. Anyway, I'm going to put you on hold, and you can talk to Real Joe. In the meantime, I got a couple of other things that I got to take care of here. I haven't yet taken a look at the fat ball scores. We got a whole bunch of finals because it's Monday. Beloved 49ers aren't playing until tomorrow. And then I wanted to go over some of the delicious quotes from the press release that came out talking about Tenorio and Munya Barnes announcing 2026 gubernatorial ticket at historic Fort Apugan. Soaring languages and promises kept. Promises broke. I don't know. We'll see what I can find. In the meantime, it's Fox News on a Point.
And it's closed out Turning Point USA's America Fest. Fox's Christina Coleman has the latest from Phoenix, Arizona.
Vice President J.D. Vance gave a very powerful speech. He condemned political violence, violence against law enforcement. He encouraged free speech, and he talked about the America First agenda. He says it is welcome to all Americans.
If you're white or black, rich or poor, young or old, rural or urban, controversial or a little bit boring or somewhere in between. People of every faith come to our banner because they know that the America First movement will make their lives better.
Border Czar Tom Homan also delivered remarks. He touted the success of President Donald Trump's massive crackdown on illegal immigration.
The event after the assassination of TPUSA's founder Charlie Kirk in September at Utah Valley University. Reuters reporting that the United States has targeted another vessel off the coast of Venezuela in international waters. The move comes days after President Donald Trump announced a blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers entering and leaving Venezuela. Power outages remain for PE&G customers in the San Francisco, California area.
Officials say part of the outage was caused by a substation fire at the electrical company PG&E. They released a statement calling the damage extensive. This was one of the busiest days for shopping. Roads were in a gridlock and stores were dark. Parts of Presidio, Sunset, Richmond District, and areas surrounding the Golden Gate Park were all affected. As of this afternoon, PG&E reported more than 21,000 customers are still without power. No further outages are expected.
America's listening to Fox News.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and all of us at Security Title want to wish you a joyous holiday season. We are grateful for your continued trust and support, and we look forward to serving you in the new year. May your homes be filled with warmth, laughter, and love this Christmas. From our family to yours, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Security Title, celebrating over 25 years as your trusted partner in real estate.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825, extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic. Our island, your clinic.
The last of the 3 inmates who escaped a Louisiana jail has been captured more than 2 weeks after their escape. The inmates escaped from the St. Landry Parish Jail in early December after gradually removing concrete blocks from a degrading wall. The last inmate captured, Keith Eli, was apprehended without incident. The escape is the second from the St. Landry Parish Jail since October. Could there be changes in tariff policy once the new year begins? The president's top economic advisor said there may be. Here's Fox's Gurnell Scott.
National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett said on CBS Face the Nation he and the president both believe tariff policy has worked well.
We've got a big government surplus actually running for a few months in a row. The deficit relative to last year is down by $600 billion.
But he may have an idea where global tariffs may be eased.
There's an appetite to exempt things if they're really not meant to be made in the U.S. because of, like climate or things like that.
The administration also waits for a Supreme Court decision in the new year that could determine the legality of the Trump tariff policy. Gurnell Scott, Fox News.
Gasoline prices fell some 9 cents over the last 2 weeks to a new national U.S. average of $2.99 per gallon for regular unleaded gasoline. That's according to Trilby Lundberg of the Lundberg Survey. She says the price decrease is due to weak demand for gasoline in the United States.
We've had more than enough gasoline, and now the supply of actual gasoline has grown while our demand is still shrinking. Maybe this big price cut will stop the shrinking of demand, but that can't be known. It may be that the cost of other goods and services have not dropped enough.
The current price, 13 cents lower than a year ago. I'm Deborah Valentine. This is Fox News.
Celebrate the season with Subway's limited time festive flavors collection. Sink your teeth into the meat-loaded Terhamkin, festive turkey, or festive chicken. Want to dial up your holiday flavors? Add cranberry sauce or stuffing to any sub for just $1 more. Happy feasting only at Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
This February, skip the roses and give them a night they'll never forget. It's Subscribe to Love, happening February 13th, 2026 at the stunning Leo Palace Resort.
She's my sunshine in the rain.
Starring 2 of the smoothest voices on the internet, Jeremy Passion and Gabe Bunda.
Your fingers cross mine.
Together for one unforgettable night of music, vibes, and island romance. Couples, singles, and a whole squad. This is your Valentine's celebration. Tickets available now at guamtime.net. Make this Valentine's weekend unforgettable. Get set to subscribe to love.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The Clearance Team!
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam Clearance Team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Guam, are you ready? For one night only, Julian Marley and The Uprising, featuring the sounds of DJ Bonix, are coming to Guam at the Lime Event venue this February 14th. And the best part? Everyone is VIP. Experience roots, reggae, and pure Marley vibes live on Valentine's Day. But listen, tickets are extremely limited, and once they're gone for good. Don't wait. Get yours now at guamtime.net. That's GuamTime.net. Brought to you by New Wave Studios Guam, Empire Realty, Star 101, Boss 104, and The Point. One night, one price, one legend. Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
News this hour is brought to you by Family Finance.
Off today, it's 8:07. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A 41-year-old man is facing several felony charges after attempting to run over his children's mother and her boyfriend. Court documents state the incident occurred Friday night during a custody exchange. John Dotmug Don Mangaroon is accused of spitting in the boyfriend's face before revving his engine and speeding toward the couple. Police say the victims had to jump out of the way to avoid being hit while the children were still in the vehicle. Mangaroon is charged with aggravated assault, family violence, and child abuse. He was released on a $10,000 bond following his appearance in Superior Court. Meanwhile, a federal judge has ordered the U.S. Navy to provide more evidence in a lawsuit regarding endangered species at Camp Blaz. Chief Judge Francis Tidinko Gatewood rejected the government's attempt to limit evidence to older documents. Local activist group Putahi Guahan and the Center for Biological Diversity filed the suit in 2023. They argue the Navy failed to protect rare wildlife and trees during construction. The ruling allows plaintiffs to subpoena more documents and conduct interviews. Attorney Levin Camacho says the decision proves the military must follow environmental laws even behind its fences. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
Senator Sabina Perez has introduced two resolutions aimed at improving student wellness and academic standards at GDOE. Resolution 126 calls for stronger mental health services, year-round anti-drug programs, and a consistent cell phone policy to reduce classroom distractions. Resolution 127 focuses on students who are parents. It proposes on-site childcare and a new parenting curriculum. The resolution also addresses social promotion by urging the department to identify learning gaps early rather than automatically advancing students to the next grade. Both measures are now headed to a legislative committee for further review. And GVB has officially approved a new contract for fireworks to ring in 2026. The board authorized up to 5 shows per year through 2028 at a cost of $240,000 annually. Residents can expect displays on New Year's Day and Liberation Day at both Tumon Bay and Hagåtña Bay. In addition to the festivities, the board hired a new liaison office in Taiwan to promote educational tourism and trade. They also renewed a contract for the island's electronic declaration forms. This $131 agreement will help the Bureau process visitor data more quickly and efficiently. And those were your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather. I hear it.
I can hear it too.
I was like, oh my God, what is that?
It's progress. It's the sound of freedom. There's pressure washing going on.
Sounds like a black widow
on the roof on the rooftop. You know, we get at least 4 inches of concrete between me and the pressure washer. And I'm not sure if the pressure washer is actually on the building or whether it's just adjacent to the building. But look, you might. I'm not even sure if the listeners can hear it. There might be a little bit in the background. If you can, I hope it's not too much for you. Otherwise, I thought I had everything tweaked up and tuned up on the FM radio station so that you might not be able to hear everything in the background. We'll just see how it plays out. At any rate, 8:11 in the morning, and yeah, there's pressure washing going on in the middle of a little bit of rain outside. Is this still soggy that you saw, Joe? Gloomy outside. Yes, that's just the way it is today. Partly sunny in the forecast. Daytime highs today about 87. 27 degrees. Winds out of the east, 14 to 18 miles an hour. We'll see some gusts around 24 today, 21 tonight. About the same forecast most of the way through the week. Partly sunny skies and daytime highs of about 87 degrees. Perhaps some isolated showers in the forecast over the Tuesday and Wednesday. With the heat index today, it's going to feel like 92 degrees, 30% chance of rain. I'd say it was about 100 right now. And I got a high surf warning on one of the computers. It gave me the blurb that says there's a high surf warning out there. Likely brought on because of all of the additional wind that we have these days. So sunset, be cautious about that when you're going in the waters. Sunset tonight should be about 6 o'clock. There it is, news and weather together right here on 93.3. This is The Point.
It's back. Celebrate 75 years of Payless Supermarkets with a $5 off fuel coupon to redeem at any 76 Circle K location when you shop and save at Payless Supermarkets. That's right, $5 off fuel with every $75 purchase at any Payless location. But hurry, this offer is only good from November 17th to December 31, 2025. So don't miss out. Stock up on groceries and hit the road with fuel savings from Payless Supermarkets and 76 Circle K. Minimum $30 fuel purchase required to redeem coupon. Some conditions apply.
Bundle smarter, work better. When you're running a business, every decision counts. Now's your chance to make one that gives you more. For a limited time, get hybrid fiber internet up to 1 gig for as low as $125 a month. Plus, get up to 6 months of free internet and free Samsung Galaxy earbuds when you bundle with Docomo Pacific. Ready to get started? Try our free bundles calculator by visiting info.docomopacific.com/radio25. While supplies last, some conditions apply.
3 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Sharp gift at the local shop or bladesbycrank.com.
Hey, did you go get your breakfast over at Marina Grill? They have that now, you know. Go and check them out. Awesome lunch and incredible appetizers and super, super great service and super great prices on just about everything that you're going to be ordering over at the place. Now, what do they serve over at the Marina Grill? It's hard to pin it down because there's so many different kinds of items that they've got there. They got desserts. You can get steaks. You can get hamburger. You can get pizzas. You can get pizzas over at Marina Grill, and they're always trying something new out. They've all kinds of specials that I want you to try. If for no other reason you go in there just for the apps, I think you're going to find some favorites there. Fried gizzards. There's a tuna poke that is to die for. Fried calamari and then their own house version of a clam chowder because they're next to the ocean at Marina Grill in Agate.
The Ray Gibson Show, bringing you closer to the action. This is The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
8:14, Ray Gibson Show. A big shout to the folks over at Moses. Had their 10th anniversary celebration yesterday over in the parking lot and in the front place. If you passed by, maybe you saw all the pop-ups there. And I tried to live up to my own expectations. So as many of the purchases that I tried to make were in cash. And you might be going, Ray, why did you make your purchases in cash at the pop-ups? Why did you do that? And the reason is because even though it would have been more convenient for me to tap using my phone or using the credit card, there's a fee that goes along with that. So the already low prices that they had, their margins get a little bit thinner if they got to pay those convenient fees and the credit card fees. So I had the guy the actual cash money, and the transaction, as far as they were concerned, was over. And as far as the bank was concerned, that was a transaction that they didn't get to charge for. And so when we start talking about support local, and that's what I mean by support local. It was cool running into Frank the Crank Camacho, and I remember. You know what I remembered while I was there? What? I have a machete in my car. My brother gave me one of these, and it looks like a scimitar. It looks like one of those Arabian Night kind of machetes. It's got a little bit of a curve on it, and it's got a swoop on the inside of it. and so I handed it over to Frank. And it was a boy moment. It was a complete boy moment when I did, because he took the machete and examined it, flipped it over, looked for made sure that it was straight, and he says, "You use this?" I said, "Yes, I use it." And it was that boy moment where one local boy looking at another local boy going, "So you know your way around the backyard. You know how to bring down the tang, and you know how to mash the sakati with this machete. I'm gonna make it as sharp as mine, Ray." That's what I'm talking about. So I finally had the chance, because I've been talking about doing this since there has been a Blades by Crank. I've been talking about getting a machete or two all cleaned up and sharpened by Frank. So I can hardly wait to see what this thing does. Although I also am a little bit hesitant to get it back. And the reason is because I've seen people when they get their knives and machetes back from Frank and they test it against like their thumb or something, and then they have to go to the emergency room at the hospital.
Use a paper.
Yeah, use a paper. Is very. They are really sharp. You'll take an eye out with that, kids. Anyway, 8:16, 8:17 in the morning, and a bunch of interesting stuff that Donna has found for us in news, including the story from Joe Tyson over at the PDN, talking about the solid waste to take over operations at the Ladzon landfill. They're buying the existing contractors' equipment to the tune of about $1.37 million. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I think it's a good idea, considering the lead time for serious technology that you need at a landfill. Better to take what they've got now, maintain it, order some in the future for us to be able to use. Now, there's also the snarky version of Ray Gibson. I don't know if you recognize, but there's a snarky version of me that is looking at this story, wondering out loud now, when's the dump fire? You remember when we were in charge of the dump back in the day?
It was spontaneous combustion.
Before the receiver, hell, there might still be a fire going on underneath the ORDOT dump. There might still be some heat. So what happens is, it's not like there's a guy with a lighter down at the bottom, catching old Playboys on fire or anything like that. It's just that it's the process, the oxidization, and the composting that goes on, and things will get pretty warm and warm enough so that it will catch fire. And there was a once upon a time where and it happened quite often. And it's not that long ago in my head that I remember driving down. We were on Route 4 for some reason. Me and the kids were in the car. We were driving someplace on Route 4, and I looked over in the ORDOT area, in the village of ORDOT, and there was smoke. There was rising plumes of smoke.
That's our Kilauea.
That were coming out, and I thought, oh my God, it's a trash fire. And back in those days, I mean, the dump was so big and so close to the road, you could literally drive up to the gate of the old dump and feel the heat from the flames coming up. And there's just a couple of fire guys that were there already. I mean, it was that fresh. And I got out of the car, and this is how recent it was. I used my phone to shoot a video of the fire because back in it was that recent that phones had cameras in them that you could shoot video on, and so I remember shooting the picture and then thinking, when Mom finds out that I took the kids to the dump fire, there's going to be hell to pay. So I better back up here and split, and I did. But it was a fairly commonplace deal, and they'd send the fire guys down there and figure out how to dig a hole deep enough and shove a hose in it, and in an attempt to put the fire out, to quench the fire. And like I said, I'm not sure that it ever really did. I wonder if you talk to the guys over at Guam Solid Waste, whether or not there might still be some kind of subterranean fire or something like that we still need to worry about at that particular site, even though it's been covered over by rocks and filling, that kind of thing. But that's the joke in my head. Gov Guam is now going to take over the operations of the Ladzon landfill. I think the last of the contracted and solid waste receiver work that needs to be done. And so the joke is, when is the dump fire going to begin? But having said that, it looks like we've got people with actual solid waste experience. It's no longer, one of those we'll put that in the same league as the Department of Public Works, and that will be among the jobs that they do, is take care of solid waste on Guam. So we'll watch and see how this works out here. The last time I heard, there was a conversation about how they were going to try to figure out how to get as many containers, trash containers, as possible. We don't have enough for the island-wide trash collection that they're supposed to be doing. And when is my bill going to be going up here? Is that? I thought that was the idea. Yes. Right.
Yes.
The bill everywhere is going to be going up. Will this be one of the part of a soaring speech that one of our gubernatorial candidates will make for us? Yes, friends. This is the time. There's a compulsory soaring language. Tenorio and Munya Barnes announced 2026 gubernatorial ticket at the historic Fort Apugan site. All right.
Location.
I don't know. They should have done it at Fort Labugan, the other lookout.
Yeah.
Over on Nimitz Hill. They should have done it from there. You know why? Because it's filthy again.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
You saw it?
Yeah, they're junking it again, man.
Somebody's junked the place out
Shame
again.
on those people.
But here's the thing. So the Bank Pacific family, Rocco and his team, went out there and cleaned the place up. So they did the heavy lifting. They did the hard work already. All I know is that we've got an island beautification task force. It's an election year. Josh Tenorio is in charge of the Island Beautification Task Force. Is it possible that they might be able to motivate a team of people to go about 1 mile away? About 1 mile away from the front door of Adelup.
Oh, my God.
To go and it's that close. It's that close. It's right up the hill. Go and get coffee. Go to Slow Walk, get some coffee.
An incline.
And then go up the hill, and right about where it starts to flatten out a little bit around the top, that's where you can find it. It's got the big blue wall now that says Guam, USA, and Assen, whatever. And so go in there. It's not bad right now. It's not bad right now. It's maybe a couple of trucks worth of junks that's been dropped off. Maybe just a couple of trucks.
Oh, it's a setup for more.
I know. But so if you clean it up, and then you have somebody from DPW go up there, and I'm sorry that we're going to have to do this. We can't have nice things. Is you need to enclose it, make it so that no cars can drive. You want to go over there and take a look at the lookout, then fine, you can do that, but you're going to have to park on the side of the road and then hoof it in. But otherwise, we're not going to allow for cars or trucks to get in there anymore. I know. Here's the other thing: it's private property too. So if the owner's not going to take care of it, then maybe we just let the eyesore grow over with trash like it was when Ray Tenorio found it. Is it okay to say that name?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, because you know what? For the tears that came at the end of his political career here on Guam, for the tears that came at that, when he was in the 8 years that the guy ran the Island Beautification Task Force, I want to say he did an outstanding job with that.
True.
And the things were cleaned up, they were spruced up. We got new stuff as a result of him being the guy behind the Island Beautification Task Force, and it's all junk now. It's all junk because the administration, the other Tenorio, won't take care of it. So we still have the miniature, the life version of the Guam seal over at the Paseo, which it just has the UA, right, or AM.
That's still dramatic.
Is it GU or is it AM? One of the two pieces of glasses broke in a typhoon,
half a day,
or whatever, and it would be easy because there are still people from the original Island Beautification Task Force that know where they bought that thing from, and it should be fairly easy. Hell, go to Couch and Sons and have them do it. They work with glass all the time.
Sure do.
I mean, there's a local
50
solution.
Years.
Oh no, but that's okay. We've got other priorities with the Island Beautification Task Force. We can't go backwards. And I keep talking about this because it annoys me every time I pass by it. You know where the jewelry store is? Right on Marine Corps Drive. Got a gas station, the old Sargosi's area. There is a mosaic. It is the Guam flag flying with the American flag. It's a beautiful mosaic that was put up there by the last Island Beautification Task Force. And all it would take is, you hear the pressure washer behind me? You can hear the pressure washer and the sound on the microphone here. It would take one guy, one afternoon, to go out there under, with the IBTF, have the cops out there, close off traffic in the outside lane, and just clean the thing
Need
up.
a lift?
Right, and I'd get a genie lift. I'd get a genie from East-West, and I'd go, oh, wait a second, is Tracy listening? Okay, we'll get it from the Olympiacos.
Cuts. Oh. No, they don't do that.
Call Comfort Cuts and have them go and clean up the zaba on the clock. Jose, what's that? Would rather have a Glock party planner today than the corruption of an all-in administration. Glock party was a mishap, while all-in has been an infection. So, Jose, what do you really think of what's going on? Smug Wimp, will it cost us any less to resume trash duties, or will it work out so we pay more? The idea, as I remember it, and it's been a minute now, and legislation has been passed and signed into law that provides for island-wide compulsory is the word that Josh used.
We love that word.
Compulsory subscriptions to the trash collection, and if we were to spread it out among all of the households on Guam, it would be less expensive than going with the old way, going with the existing framework where people can just kind of jump in when they want to. This is not going to apply equally to everybody. I think they're going to have a different set of circumstances for people that live in group living, like apartments and condominiums and things like that. But they'll get all of that sorted out. What's that? Auntie Bennett says Josh did nothing to beautify the island. Yeah, like everything else, I'm trying to find the one thing, just any one thing that they have touched that worked out. How about the decorations, the Christmas decorations down in Tumon?
Yeah, they kind of split that one up.
Okay, so I'm kind of curious on whose idea was it to put the flowers at the Archbishop Circle. I'm not going to be critical. I think they're very nice. It's a nice gay touch to the holidays around here to take the Archbishop Circle and to ring it with what look like tulips on both levels.
Yeah,
on the lower level and in the park and the top levels. I'm surprised that nobody's run a car into any of that stuff. I mean, it really looks nice. And so as I was driving by there yesterday, when I was done with my morning run down in Tumon, I'm driving by the thing and I'm looking at it going, why can't we do something similar to this with the god-awful, butt-ugly chain-link fence on Marine Corps Drive? Now, I remember one of the first, the initial interviews that I gave that we did with the administration and with Josh Tenorio. And I remember asking, this is 7 years ago now. This is 7 years. And I said, hey, Josh, Island Beautification Task Force, we got to do something about the god-awful, butt-ugly chain-link fence that we've got in Marine Corps Drive. And he says, we're looking into it. We're looking into it. We're going to do something with that. We're looking into it right now. And I don't know what happened. They got busy with other priorities because that's still. But so here's what I'm thinking is when we're done with the tulips thing, let's take the tulips and some of the other things that they're using for decorations on the Archbishop Circle, and we'll use that. We'll use that on the god-awful, instead of the god-awful, butt-ugly chain-link fence, we'll use that. And I will take this a step further, because I don't know what's going to happen with the election, but I will pledge my support. I'll even do it like this. Me and my family will support your gubernatorial quest if you promise to do something about the god-awful, butt-ugly chain-link fence that bisects the road from about the Shell station all the way over to John F. Kennedy and the Kmart intersection. There's got to be a better response, and I would submit to you it's no longer needed. This is how much we embrace things. The original idea behind that, for those of you that are new and wondering, why do they have that ugly thing in Marine Corps Drive? Because once upon a time, the grown-ups over at John F. Kennedy High School let the students run all over them. And there were no rules, nothing applied to them, and because it's JFK, right? And so when school would let out, the kids would run across Marine Corps Drive. They weren't standing by at the lights now like they do now. Whatever it is that they're doing with the JFK and the Sanchez
they
kids.
were JFK walking.
Right. These guys. Thank you. Thank you. Those were wild children, and the ones that attend school now are well behaved. They've been raised. They were taught.
There you go.
About the correct way to cross the. You wait until the little white man.
Cattle dogs
there's
out
there. There's a little white man on the thing on the walker. When the little white man says it's okay to walk, then you walk, and they're escorted across the street by the adult supervision at John F. Kennedy High School, which is the way it should have always been. Which is the way they should have done it then, is round these kids up and under penalty of justice under God or whatever their form of punishment takes at that school, get them to cross the street responsibly and safely. That's all they had to do. But instead, oh no, we're going to do the ugliest, it was the easiest solution. Let's just put up a fence. And they put up this fence. And it's been up and down over all of these years. We've got drivers that have crossed the center line and gone through it in a couple of places. And without regard to, we're not even going to try to match the chain link. Sometimes it's green, sometimes it's rusty, sometimes it's new. And so we live with this weird monstrosity that is the god-awful, butt-ugly chain link fence that we put up because we were scared to discipline the kids. Because otherwise their parents would have gotten mad. And so we find that we've got to live with that, even though we don't need it now because we trained the kids. We've got them following the rules. So why don't we take the thing down? It's no longer required to any degree that it ever was required. I'm just saying. 8:31 on the Ray Gibson Show. That's what's going to get my support, is one of these gubernatorial teams is not just we're looking into it. we've got a plan. Day one, our new administration. As soon as we are sworn in, we're going to take the new guy over at DPW, whoever that is. We're going to pull the old thing out, and we're going to take all of the gay guys in the administration, and we're going to give them the job of coming up with something more beautiful. I'm not saying we shouldn't have anything there. I'm just saying there's got to be ways that we can pretty it up so that it becomes, instead of the god-awful, butt-ugly chain-link fence, that we've got something that says, welcome to Guam. Welcome to paradise. Welcome to, it's almost down to Tumon, right? Here's the shopping that you come here for. It's not a jail, it's a school. I know it just looks like a jail, but this is a high school of excellence. And down this hill, down this road, we will take you to our version of paradise. Don't look at the Fountain Building. Don't look at Fountain Plaza. Just don't look at that. Just look straight ahead. Don't look at Fountain Plaza, and don't look at the Verona Hotel. Don't look at any of that stuff. Instead, close your eyes until we get down to the bottom of the hill, and we've turned right for, what, quarter mile?
Yeah.
Something like that?
I'll do it.
8:32. Sorry, it's in my head. You know what I was supposed to do? I was supposed to do soaring language. I was supposed to read from the press release that's based on the speeches given at historic Fort Apugan on Friday. For 7 years, Josh Tenorio said, the Lou and Josh administration did the work that had to be done. Wait, so this is me. I got to give it some time because there's about a 20-second lag between when words come out of my mouth and when comments start popping up on Facebook and YouTube. For 7 years, Josh said, Lou and Josh administration did the work that had to be done. We built fiscal stability as a foundation to stand on because the truth is this. You cannot build opportunity on instability. You cannot shine dark on the light. You can only shine light on the dark. Yeah, I'm sure that's a Carlo phrase, but I just threw that in there. You cannot lift families, lifting families, when government itself is drowning in debt, and you cannot promise a future when every dollar is already spoken for by yesterday's mistakes. It took 7 years to reach this moment in our government. It took 7 years to move our government from chronic deficits to real surpluses so that today I can finally speak about direction and a new era for Guam. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, lifting families. It's beautiful, isn't it? Did you feel like? Yeah. Feel like there should be like
I got fuzzy.
The like music playing in the background or something like that. 8:33 in the morning. There's more. Auntie Bennett says, you're smart, Ray. Thank you, Auntie Bennett. Hi, Ana Lizama, Bennett Fausto, Bentley, and Guerrero. Good morning, Primo. From the Gizmo, we've got Jose Martinez chiming in this morning. Is there more? When we were talking about gambling, we're also talking about Elo and Jerome McDonald with an interesting point about Pinoy's in Las Vegas. That's on the way. Speaking of gambling, though, what I did not give you, which I kind of sort of promised I would, is the Powerball jackpot. Have you seen where the number is? Did they talk about it on the news? I was in the bathroom.
I did not hear it.
You didn't hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. So Powerball jackpot is now $1.6 billion, among the largest lottery prizes ever in the U.S., And the question that I have is, I don't care whether we can vote for president of the United States or not. I don't care if Jimmy Craig is a non-voting delegate to Washington, D.C. The question that I want to ask, that I would like to bring to the table is, how is it possible that we here in the tip of the spear, Joe, how is it possible that we cannot, at our mom and pop stores, buy tickets for the Powerball jackpot?
We should
here
be
on Guam?
included.
We should be. Are we not among
third-class citizens?
Among the best parts of the American familia?
Forward edge, man. We're
8:35.
out here facing missiles.
Donna D is going to take care of the last look at news and headlines. I know she can hardly wait. That's coming up right after these important messages.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mesclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
Coming January 24th to the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. The Cover Girl, live on Guam. Angel, the original cover girl, and her iconic voice, singing all their hits like Because of You, Promise Me, Inside Out, and Show Me. Joining them on stage, the queen of dance, EDM, and freestyle. Shannon. Also, 90s freestyle diva singing all her hits, Jocelyn Enriquez.
The radio plays our favorite song, and it's what keeps me holding on. Baby, do you miss me?
Brought to you by Choice Broadcasting, Trivision Media, and Cherry Media. This is a Jams Media show you don't want to miss. Tickets and info at guamtime.net.
Wow. Okay, next time you go to a trivia night over at the thing, I'll give you an answer here that I don't know that even I ever knew. It was on this date in 1993. TV Guide reported that early Gilligan's Island press releases gave Gilligan's first name as what?
Gilligan's first name?
Yeah, Gilligan's Island. What was the guy's first name? They never ever used it on the TV show. They never used it. It was only ever referred to once in a press release. His first name was Willie.
What?
Willie Gilligan, and maybe that's why they never actually used it. Celebrity birthdays and a couple of special events are coming up with Donna after Donna D is done with news and headlines, and we're going to attack that mess here right about now. What's going on?
Police have arrested 23-year-old John Mariano Moses for a double fatal crash in Dedido on Sunday. He faces vehicular homicide charges after a mother and her 1-year-old daughter were killed. Investigators say Moses fled the scene before turning himself in later that day. He faces 2 counts of vehicular homicide, leaving the scene, speeding, and driving without a license. Speed and impaired driving may have contributed. Meanwhile, education officials say 1,000 students currently lack teachers. At a recent forum, leaders called for urgent reforms to address staff shortages and uncertified instructors. Senator Vince Borja also addressed fears of workplace retaliation within the department. Proposals include increasing teacher training at UOG and changing how the school board is elected to ensure more stability. And the Salvation Army is looking for volunteer bell ringers to support its annual Red Kettle campaign. The money raised provides food and shelter for island families in need. Volunteers can sign up for shifts online at registertoring.com. Our organizers say community support is vital to maintaining these essential local services through the new year. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
8:38 in the morning. Are you starting to get a little bit drowsy with that noise in the background? Is that happening?
Yeah, it's giving me
It's white noise.
It's yes.
I've converted it.
Exactly right. It is white noise, and that will happen. All right, celebrity birthdays. Now, today is the 22nd on Guam. The celebrity birthdays that I have are on December 21st. So they're stateside birthdays, so it's still relevant. Samuel L. Jackson, Pulp Fiction, and the boss of the Avengers.
Nick Fury.
77.
Whoa.
Amazing.
77 years. Yeah.
I'd like to throw a few cuss words in there, but
You almost have to.
Yeah.
There's
MFR?
you just careful, guys. This guy here, known maybe for just the one song, is 74 years old. Nick Gilder, who gave us "Hot Child in the City."
Oh yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, and I didn't know that was a boy for a long time.
City,
The first time I heard Nick Gilder
What?
sing, I thought it was a girl singing the song. And from Everybody Loves Raymond, Ray Romano is 68 years old.
Oh yeah.
Didn't he in that movie?
Ray Romano.
Ice Age.
Ice
He was
Age, thank you very
the
much.
Woolly Mammoth.
Woolly Mammoth and Ice Age. All right. Andy Dick from News Radio is 60 years old today.
That guy. What a great last name.
From the Lost Boys movie that we talked about last week, Kiefer Sutherland is 59 years old. More people probably remember him from the TV show 24. But that was the big guy. And wasn't he also Designated Survivor? Wasn't he in one of these Netflix mini series?
I don't know.
Designated Survivor.
I like his dad more.
I was into that until they got kind of preachy. It was like halfway through the first episode, and I'm going, it's going to happen. Something woke is going to pop in here. Something woke. Oh, sure enough. There was a woke nonsense in there, and I stopped watching it, and that's why I can't remember whether he was actually in the thing or not. All right, it's Flashlight Day.
Yes, sir.
Well, it's every day is Flashlight Day here on Guam because you never know when the power is going to go out. Even still, French Fried Shrimp Day. Love that.
What?
Fried shrimp.
Oh, I thought you said French fried shrimp.
It does say French fried shrimp. I'm not sure what the distinction is, but it's fried shrimp day. One kind of fried shrimp or another. And a reminder that my friends from over at Boonies have taken over Tony Aroma's, and they still have at Tony Aroma's among the best fried shrimp that you'll ever try. So if you're in the area and looking for an excuse, use that one. Hamburger Day, 8:41 in the morning. Nice. Kiwi Fruit Day, and it wasn't always called the kiwi.
Yum, yum.
They gave it another dragonberry or something like that. It sounded like it was like they named it after a fart.
Duganberry,
and nobody ate it until they called it a kiwi. They gave it a new name, and then marketing world changed over. And short girl appreciation. I'm not looking at doors. Donna.
You have to.
Yep.
Shawty's a 10.
I am convinced. Nobody's done it yet, but I'm convinced that we ought to have around here a short girl beauty pageant. Because we make women on Guam, they're gorgeous. They're gorgeous. But they don't have those big, long legs that you need to compete with in the big, beauty pageants that they have in states. Mm-hmm. So I thought it would be wonderful that we should just have our own, and we'll have Miss Short Girl Guam. Competition, and they'll be awesome. It'd be like Dickie Donuts. We just need to find a way, because how many women are out there? They know they're gorgeous. Their men know that they're gorgeous, but they're under 5 feet tall, and they aren't going to win any big beauty pageants in states because they're little shotties. We need to have our own shoddy competition here on Guam. It'd be, oh my God, that'd be so fun. And it would be so. There'd be thousands of people. They'd sign up. It wouldn't be like a regular beauty pageant, right? You get the same dozen girls that run every year. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, we'd take care of all of them.
Yeah. So we bring in all kinds of other girls. That there's the beauties that we don't know because we can't see them. Anyway, it's 8:40. It's 8:42 in the morning. Donna, that's enough out of you.
Okay, bye.
All right, you go and you have a fantastic time. We were talking about the Powerball in the States, $1.6 billion. They did not get a winner over the weekend, and that means that the numbers are going to be going up, going to go even higher, because now all of a sudden people are saying, well, there's got to get a winner soon. They got to get a winner. So let's go and buy. Jerome McDonald online says, I invested $50 for the Powerball. Next try on this Wednesday. So
what would you do with the money, Ray, if you won?
What?
What would you do with 1.6
Whatever the hell I want. Whatever Epstein Island wasn't a bad idea, Joe. Epstein Island was not a bad idea.
It's not.
No.
You get your own island. Go buy a Lupat Island.
Yes. I would end up doing something along. I don't know. After I pay off all my credit card bills, my colleges, my kids' college education, that kind of thing. Maybe it's just there's, after all of that, I don't know.
Start dressing crappy, right? Wear Zoris everywhere you go.
Already.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
True. So you're ready for that money, dude.
Yeah. I'm wondering, how many people saw me over at Mosa's yesterday and going, oh, he's wearing his Father Duenas shirt. Nice. He's got those short shorts on. That's cool. And go all the way down to the Zoris. I was told that I need to get new Zoris, and the answer is I know I need to get new Zoris.
Mileage, huh?
But the Zoris that I have are currently working double duty. So in addition to being the Zoris that I wear when I'm out and about in a town, they're also the Zoris I wear when I'm painting the house. They're also the Zoris I wear when I cut the yard.
God, utility Zoris.
They are utilities. These are 4x4 Zoris, man. You don't just get rid of them. So I'm just saying. Oh, Jerome McDonald says, if I won $1.6 billion, I would have 6 wives.
Wow, Jerome.
And they'd know about it.
Yeah.
They would know about each other.
And they couldn't say anything
That's
about
right,
it.
because otherwise the gravy train ends. Bang. 8:44 on the Ray Gibson Show. Much more to talk about. I've barely scratched the surface on the soaring language about lifting families when the government itself is drowning in debt. Oh, is that why no families got lifted?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I got it now. I got it. Just let everybody else flounder a while until we get all the bills paid. Okay, gotcha. But we'll talk about some of the other delicious quotes that came from the historic Fort Apugan announcement on Friday. It's 8:45. Be right back.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The Clearance Team!
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam Clearance Team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. Want approved credit? Some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details. When it comes to carpets or tile, you want more than just clean. You want deep clean. That's what Black Widow Cleaning delivers. Owned and operated by lifelong local Clayton Duval, Black Widow specializes in carpet extraction and tile and grout steam cleaning, using professional, state-of-the-art equipment to remove dirt, stains, and buildup that ordinary cleaning just can't touch. From small homes to large businesses, every job reflects the expertise, dedication, and quality only a certified firm can deliver. Black Widow Cleaning, where Guam homes and businesses get the deep clean they deserve. Visit blackwidowcleaning.com for a free quote today. Donna's looking at me because I'm making a face, and she's like, "What?" I said, "You know what? I shouldn't do. I shouldn't do things if I don't know about them." And so last week there was an offer on my phone to get a credit card from Coinbase, and the thing about the credit card was instead of giving me cash back in cash, it would give me cash back in Bitcoin. But in order to get that offer, which can on Guam, you can't. In order to get that offer, then what you've got to do is you still, no matter what, you've got to sign up with Coinbase to get Bitcoin. So I put $25. Which I immediately lost money on because I had to do a transaction fee with PayPal. So I put $25 in there, and so I'm right now checking to see how much the Bitcoin that I bought is worth. I bought $25. I thought I bought. So there's three numbers here. There's crypto, which is 2222, which I think might be the value of the cryptocurrency that I bought. Then there's derivatives, which is 0, and then there's cash, which is 2439. And I don't know what that means. Does that mean that I can cash out my crypto at $24.39?
Cash out now, Ray.
Or is the crypto, is it only worth $22.22? Or was that the price that I paid for it? So if the crypto was $22.22, but the cash value now is $24.39, did I make money on the deal? And the answer is still no. Because the $25, there was a fee that was applied to that. Anyway, Bitcoin is up. 88,367 is where it's at today. And the number on Friday was 85,008. So now that I'm buying Bitcoin, it's going up. You see what I did there? Is that Janella on the line?
Fighting out.
Janella Carrera
Yes,
from the Department of Labor on the line. And so are you guys going to be working all week, or are you guys taking the days off because the governor said? What's your plan?
No, because the president said.
Because the president said. That's my girl right there. Beautiful and funny. That's how we like them on this program. And you're right. The governor, the president of the United States of America, gave federal employees Wednesday, obviously Christmas,
Wednesday, Thursday,
and the
Friday,
day off, and then you got a weekend after that, so you got 5 days. I'm sure he's going to do something similar, maybe when it gets to be time to think about New Year's. At any rate, but I did want to, while you are working, give you an opportunity to talk about one of my favorite companies and the work that they are doing with a number of these not interns, but the GRAP program that you're working with Citadel on. Citadel's a big outfit, and they got a lot of moving parts around here. So tell me a little bit more about them and the GRAP graduates.
Yeah, so they have a lot of participants in the GRAP program. And so we wanted to highlight a little feature with them. Actually, we want to feature a lot of companies, but they're one of our biggest sponsors. They have 36 active participants, 49 slotted. And so right now, with the 36 participants that they have in the program, and actually they have several that graduated and have advanced their careers. They have 11 and we interviewed one of them, Keisha Kulala. Her story is pretty amazing. She started out with IT&E as an as a customer service apprentice, and she worked her way through the company, and then she graduated as an HR assistant. So she's now an HR assistant, yeah. And actually, her story, she graduated from high school. She wasn't able to attend college, so she didn't really know what to do. She was in the food and beverage industry. So she decided she would apply over at IT&E and immediately went into the apprenticeship program. And she saw that as a path, an alternative path for college. So she took that and decided, well, I'm going to do this. And that's what she did. So she looked at it as higher education. And that's what a lot of people are doing now. So if they can't go to college after high school, they're looking at apprenticeship as a form of higher education. And then, in fact, when we interviewed Dr. John Rivera and Michaela, they have several of their employees who come in. For example, they go in with HR degrees, college degrees in HR, and they come in and they don't have the experience necessary to work in HR. Right. So they go and take additional classes in apprenticeship. And so sometimes college isn't all everything. And so they're finding that, you know what, why don't you go and do the apprenticeship program in addition as a complement to your college education?
Yeah, and the work experience that you're getting working for big shot company like Citadel.
Right, on the job training. And so apprenticeship is really it's really a valuable tool for people to gain the experience and on the job training. And then while you're doing apprenticeship, you're also earning money while you're earning.
You got a job. You got a job, and then the company gets a little bit of a break because they're getting some dough coming in from Uncle Fed to be able to subsidize that the position that you are in and the position that you are growing yourself into. Among the reasons why I'm such a big fan of this, and I'm glad to see a company like Citadel picking it up because they do have so many moving parts. They got IT&E, which is the phone company, telecommunications, fiber optics, all of this stuff. I mean, we've got them here. They are my technology partners among them. IP&E, that's the Shell gas stations, the Pacific Points, other subsidiaries. They're big on real estate. They just bought the old Bank of America building. Used to be Bank of America, then it was Bank of Hawaii, and now it's a Citadel building where among their tenants is the Attorney General. So there's lots of different places where you might be able to start off in an entry-level position, but using your experience that you're getting plus these GRAP programs, you might find yourself in much higher positions down the road. You got junior network engineers that are becoming network engineer ones. We got the HR clerk apprentice who is now an HR assistant, and it's a big enough company that I'm sure even the assistants are fairly busy with all of their moving parts. So the question that I have though is did you have to? Was there a certain amount of creative that you needed to do here when you get somebody that says like Keisha says, well, I'm just an apprentice now. How do I get myself into an HR position? Did you have to create something, or did the existing HR management have to create a class or some kind of what's the word I'm looking for, instruction for her?
No, so these classes did already exist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And a lot of times the companies will have the instruction, will have the instructors, and have the classes ready for these students for them to take these classes. Otherwise, if not, GCC and GCA Trades will have the classes for them to take. But a lot of these classes exist. And actually, like, for example, for Keisha, so she started in customer service, but she wanted to change her career path. So because the customer service role for her was a little out of her normal schedule, so she wanted something with more stability, and HR provided that stability for her. So she changed her career path.
There will always be bosses, and there will always be employees, and there will always need to be somebody in between.
Right.
That's why that's why God gave us HR. It's the last stop. Make sure you got somebody good in HR, because no good HR people means there's always the potential for some kind of conflict that might need to get resolved in a court of law. So it's good to have somebody that knows all the rules and regulations here. I'm noticing that there's a video content apprentice who went on to become a visual production artist. I know that there's a couple of classes over at Guam Community College. I work with those young people from time to time. We help them out with their activities and events at the school that get publicized here. So I'm kind of curious, did you have a hand in any of that with your decades of experience in journalism and production?
I wish. I wish. No, actually, it's funny because when I was a journalist, I actually had to learn how to do video graphics and video production through the photogs that I worked with. But no, I did not. I wish I did.
That's too bad, because it's a growing field now with everybody. I mean, you don't need to know all of the bells and whistles. Frankly, you can learn a lot of that stuff on YouTube. But everybody is moving to content creation. Content is king and distribution is queen. And if you can nail both of those things down, then you ought to have a pretty decent product, or at least a decent attempt at being able to take the commercials for IT&E or IP&E and turning them into things that people will want to watch in the movies and on TV, right?
Right. Yeah, and you can just do everything on your phone these days. You don't even have to take classes. I shouldn't say that.
Well, I'm with you. I remember I was working with Peaches was his name, and the guy was magic with the technology and the equipment that we were using back in the day to make commercials. And I'm sure that him and people like him, Bandit, they're listening to the broadcast all the time, hear and see what kids are literally doing with their phones. Going, man, if we had that technology back in the olden days. 8:57 and change. So are there? It's always fun to talk about the GRAP and congratulating the kids that have made their way through the program. The question I've got is, what's next for GRAP? Are we going to be rolling out the apprentice carpet again in 2026?
Yeah, so we're pushing forward with it. We're trying to be more aggressive with it. We are recruiting. We had the apprenticeship forum, but we are probably going to do another apprenticeship forum, and that was a really big success. I know the director, Dave Del Losello, wants to do another one. But one of the things that we're really focused on next year is our job fair. So that's something that I know in line with the governor's vision. That's something that we're focused on as well. So whether it's a job fair or an apprenticeship forum or both, we're definitely going to do that.
Yeah, we're all just kind of curious about a job fair, and always wondering if they're going to be successful or not, given the number of people that don't feel like working anymore and just want to make contact with the guys over at Public Health and see what kind of numbers they can get on their SNAP cards.
Well, we had a very successful job fair. I don't know if you recall that. That was back in 2023, and we had over 2,000 people that came through, and a lot of people that were hired on the spot. And so we want to repeat that. So that is something that is definitely going to happen. And
let me know when. I'll back you up on it. It's important that people get learn about the dignity of work.
Partner.
Yes,
you're a partner for us.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because I want people to work. I want people to work and earn a living, and money that can circulate around town a little bit more than just putting on food stamp cards and that kind of thing. Anyway, and plus it's always a great opportunity for you and I to hang out. Did you do any running over the weekend?
I have not been running, Ray.
I see your sister out there all the time. We've gone not one, but we did 2 run with friends that you haven't shown up for. So let's.
Yes, I did. I showed up to the last one and I didn't see you.
What? I was there last Wednesday?
No, the one before that.
Well, I didn't say I missed that one because I forgot it was December. So I thought, wow, it's a new month. And now look at it. It's the 22nd already. I hope I get a chance to see you between now and Christmas. If not, Merry Christmas to you and your entire family. Lots of love from us here at The Point.
All right. Merry Christmas to everyone.
I'll see you pretty soon, Janella. What do you want for Christmas? What does he want for Christmas? Yeah. What was it?
Chanel purse.
Chanel purse. Is it still Chanel? Has there been an update? Has there been something new in the mix here? I got to break away. It's time for Fox News and Pika's Best, The Point.
Remembering victims of terrorists in Australia. I'm Kathleen Maloney, Fox News. Thousands of people turned out to pay their respects at the memorial for the 15 people killed last week at a Hanukkah celebration at Bondi Beach. Fox's Steve Harrigan with details in Sydney.
They brought flowers, they burned eucalyptus leaves, they hugged each other, they cried. At 6:47, there was a moment of silence. That was the time 1 week ago when the two terrorists began firing. They fired 82 shots, killing 15 Australians, wounding more than 40. Leaders of the tight-knit Jewish community here say that this terrorist attack has changed things in Australia forever. Prime Minister Albanese attended the memorial, but he did not speak when he arrived. He was greeted by boos from the crowd, many in the Jewish community angry at their policies, saying the government has not done enough to combat anti-Semitism in the months leading up to this attack.
Prime Minister Albanese saying the government would implement stricter gun control laws, like allowing only citizens to own guns. One of the shooters was a licensed gun owner and a member of a gun club. Police recovered undetonated explosives and homemade ISIS flags in the other shooter's car. The United States military pursuing a third oil tanker after capturing a second ship this weekend. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson with the details.
U.S. forces, the Navy, and Coast Guard have been spending most of the day chasing an oil tanker suspected of smuggling illegal Venezuelan oil for most of the day. And a U.S. official just sent Fox a statement involved in the operation saying, quote, the United States Coast Guard is in active pursuit of a sanctioned dark fleet vessel that is part of Venezuela's illegal sanctions evasion. It is flying a false flag under a judicial seizure order.
Venezuelan authorities calling the seizures acts of piracy. America is listening to Fox News.
You never know who might be taking the quiz.
Hi, I'm Teresa Giudice.
I'm Clay Aiken.
I am Dre DeMatteo. Hi, everyone. I'm Jill Whelan.
Hey, everybody, it's Billy Baldwin.
It's Patricia Heaton.
Hey everyone, I'm Nicole Palizzi. It's Candace Bushnell.
Hey, everyone, it's Henry Golding.
Everybody's Kevin Nealon. I'm Ted Lange, and it's time to take the quiz.
5 questions in less than 5 minutes every day. Listen and follow at thequiz.fox.
From small teams to growing companies, the United World Elite Business Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank can help turn your purchases to rewards your business can use. Plus, enjoy MasterCard benefits designed to give you peace of mind. Apply for the United World Elite Business Credit Card today, and if approved, earn 50,000 bonus miles when you spend $5,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit one of our branches or go to fhb.com/United Business.
President Trump calling into Turning Point USA America Fest today, paying tribute to assassinated founder Charlie Kirk.
I just want to say that nobody did more for me than Charlie, and there's nobody better than Erica, and you are the greatest people on earth.
And Vice President J.D. Vance also honoring the late Charlie Kirk, saying he led the fight against the war on Christianity in America.
The fruits of true Christianity are men like Charlie Kirk.
His widow, Erica, now leading the conservative youth organization. The search continues for the gunman who opened fire at a pub in South Africa, killing 9 people, leaving at least 10 others injured. Fox's Angelo Bavaro with the details.
Police say the shooting happened just before 1 a.m. Sunday in a town west of Johannesburg. About a dozen suspects arrived in vehicles, fired at pub patrons, then continued shooting as they fled. An e-hailing driver is among those killed after dropping off a passenger. The attack marks South Africa's second mass shooting in 3 weeks, highlighting the country's ongoing gun violence crisis. South Africa has one of the highest homicide rates in the world, and firearms are the leading cause. Angelo Bavaro, Fox News.
Europe plans to send $105 billion in loans to cover Ukraine's essential military and budget needs for the next 2 years as they continue fighting Russia. The deal, struck after marathon talks in Brussels this weekend, will funnel needed cash to Kyiv through a loan backed by the European Union's own budget. The cash flow comes at a critical moment as Ukraine is negotiating potential peace terms with the U.S. Ukrainian officials have warned that the country may start running out of money in early 2026 without outside help. President Zelensky welcoming Europe's decision to offer that loan. I'm Kathleen Maloney. This is Fox News.
Got friends who still haven't switched to GTA? Now's the time to give them a nudge because you can get up to $150 just for sending them our way. Refer a friend who signs up for a single service like wireless or internet and you'll score $100. And if they go for a choice bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple, it's sweet, and it pays to share. Visit GTA.net to start referring today. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information.
At Guam Regional Medical City's Cancer Center, your care is our priority. We provide comprehensive treatment services tailored to your needs with compassionate support every step of the way. Our expert team specializes in hematology and oncology, delivers advanced radiation therapy, and offers personalized chemotherapy infusions in a comfortable setting. We also provide effective pain management and a full range of outpatient infusion services, including blood and iron transfusions. We're here for you, supporting your entire journey right here at home. Guam Regional Medical City, comprehensive cancer care close to home. When it comes to carpets or tile, you want more than just clean. You want deep clean. That's what Black Widow Cleaning delivers. Owned and operated by lifelong local Clayton Duvall, Black Widow specializes in carpet extraction and tile and grout steam cleaning, using professional, state-of-the-art equipment to remove dirt, stains, and buildup that ordinary cleaning just can't touch. From small homes to large businesses, every job reflects the expertise, dedication, and quality only a certified firm can deliver. Black Widow Cleaning, where Guam homes and businesses get the deep clean they deserve. Visit blackwidowcleaning.com for a free quote today.
3 days till Christmas. This Christmas countdown is brought to you by Carrier Guam. Daily savings on all our high wall units, both Carrier and Toshiba splits.
Got it. 9:06, Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines. A global presence with the local home. We're also being brought to you by Wendy's with their incredible bacon mushroom melty. That's not the name for it. Hold on. I gotta get the script out. All I can think of is when I start thinking about it, all of a sudden the Totla factories in my mouth start going into overtime. There it is. Bacon portobello mushroom melt. It is a favorite. It's a favorite, and people absolutely crave this for a year, and then right around the holidays they bring it back, and they want you to try it. If you don't know, if you've never had one of these things, maybe you're one of those people. I know people like this. They go, "Oh, I don't really like mushrooms." Okay. Portobello mushroom is no ordinary mushroom. Like many mushrooms, it has the ability to take on the flavors of whatever it is that you're cooking it with. And in this case, they cook it with the incredible Wendy's juicy beef. Now, here's the thing, though, is portobello mushrooms also have their own delicious flavor. That you get with these things. So you got the meat with the Wendy's meat, and then you got the portobello mushroom, crispy applewood smoked bacons, and then they've got this melty cheese and the sauce that they saute the portobello mushroom in. And you put all of that stuff together, and your Totla factories in the mouth are going to go into overtime as well. Try it once. You'll be absolutely hooked. You'll want to eat there every day. And you can. Choose Wendy's Bacon Portobello Mushroom Melt.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
After 9, and listener Kat, that's spelled with a K, is opining about something that I'm going to share with you at this time. And the thing that she is opining about is whether or not Charlie Hermosa's drone might be able to clean up the mosaic on Marine Corps Drive.
No.
Get him. Find him.
I'm going to find you, Charlie Hermosa.
Dial him up right now because I think it's a great idea, and I don't know why it can't be done. Now it's not pressure washing technology like you might be hearing in the background of the radio station. In fact, and we just went outside to take a look, and young Clayton Duvall is on the roof of the building in the rain doing some pressure washing, and we'll decide when he's done with that whether I want to go up there and put some elastomerics to reflect the light of the sun. Once we get that thing thing back down to what I think should already be a coat of white paint. That should be sufficient to keep the building cooler and take advantage of some of the lower electrical
Dude, it's
rates.
getting cold already.
Are you starting to get that?
Don't put my jacket on.
Kind of nippy.
Yeah.
All right. So but it's Black Widow. We just did the commercial for them. It's Black Widow cleaning, and that's one of the things that he can do. So he pulled right up to the building, put a little house together on the side, and is now playing up on the roof with the water. Frankly, I'm a little bit jealous of him. Because he's doing work that I like to do myself. I enjoy it. I've got 2 pressure washers at the house. I've got one of them, which is just a $100 Ryobi. Like it's like 1,200, 1,300
for
PSI.
small jobs.
For little jobs. I mean, I don't need to make the driveway page white, but I do want to do just some basic cleaning here and there. So I've got that for that one. Then I got another big ass one, the actual gas powered, and so I've got that. All of the accessories. So I think I got it at RNC. Is that the place? Yeah. So
ERC.
PRC.
ERC.
ERC, that's what I said. ERC. All right. Anyway, so I got it from those guys, and it's got the wand, the regular wand, and then I got the extension, and then I got an extension for that. So I've got it. I got to do this with my finger. So it will pressure wash straight. But I also got an attachment. I got a 90-degree attachment. So if I'm doing the walls or something higher, then all I got to do is hold it up, and then it will give me the same kind of pressure, same kind of spray, but a 90-degree bit on the front of it. Yeah, and then it also has the little thing that looks like a broom. But it's not a broom. It's okay. It whips around. It uses
the circular thing.
Yes, the circular thing.
That's
so
awesome.
Oh my God,
covers a lot of area
but
faster.
You gotta know what you're doing there, bro.
Yeah.
You gotta know it, because otherwise it leaves marks, so you know where it's been.
Yeah.
So that's the sign. You gotta take your time. Don't just go, it just gets things faster. No, you got to take your time and do it like a lawnmower. You leave a little bit of overlap, a little overhang there, so we don't have the marks moving in either direction. So that's the question I have. So it's not a pressure washer, but Charlie has got these drones, and what they'll do is they'll go and squirt a cleaner on,
nice.
Top down, and it will soak all the way down to the bottom, and then I think it comes up with some kind of you can't do pressure because it's a drone. It'll be pushing against nothing, right? So you'll then there's another kind of maybe just a hose or something like that to get the rest of it done. But it should have spectacular results there. So that's the question that we have for Charlie Hermosa this morning, Mr. Drone Guy. Are we going to be able to do that? Now there is a story floating around, and I'm wondering if Charlie is a part of this as well. It was talking about how they're saying yes to a fireworks show, etc., when it gets to be the New Year's holiday and whatever. GVB approves fireworks, electronic declaration form proposals. Doesn't say anything about drones. Okay, director authorized GVB General Manager Regime Biscoli to contract Show Pro Pyrotechnics, doing business as Jams Media, for up to 5 fireworks show in fiscal year 2026. All right, that's groovy. Scope of work involves 2 fireworks shows, New Year's theme held January 1st at Tumon Bay and Agutnya Bay, 2 shows with a Liberation Day theme to be held on July 21st at the same location. So where's that 5th one going to be? Where are we going to put the 5th one? It doesn't say. I know, my birthday. It'll be Ray Gibson. No, wait, hold on. Josh Tenorio victory party. The inauguration, the swearing in of Josh Tenorio.
Oh, wow.
And Tina Rose Munoz Barnes as our next governor.
Everybody wear white.
And lieutenant governor. And we're going to have fireworks show for New Year's. We're going to have fireworks show at Liberation. We're going to have fireworks show at the inauguration. Is that where the
They're going to fly him in on a drone, Ray, and drop him right there behind the podium?
We'll see. They've got drones now that have got serious lift capacity. We talked about that last time we had Charlie. Is that Charlie on the line now?
It is the guy.
Charlie Hermosa, ladies and gentlemen.
Visionary.
Many trades, yes, a true visionary. Kat Phillips-Uggan is asking the question online. I don't know if she wanted me to use her whole name, but it's too late. She's asking the question, can we use the drone to clean up the Ray Tenorio mosaic mural on Marine Corps Drive? What do you think, Charlie?
Yeah, absolutely. We're actually looking at something right now where, we're using the drones to, clean the buildings, but now we're actually working with the manufacturer because they're coming out with a paint application for the drone as well. So
I'm a paint sprayer bucket that I got from States, so you could attach that on a drone and it would paint the building.
Yep, exactly. So that's they're pretty close. We're fairly close on looking and putting a potential down payment on the first version 1. I mean, there's going to be a few kinks, but all things look like it's going to be very doable to be able to use a drone to paint buildings.
Wow. The savings could be significant.
Huge. I mean, the numbers that we were looking at, especially when it comes to putting the scaffolding and all that. The thing that obviously the one thing that we're actually a great test bed is because the weather factors, right? I mean, when we look at the videos, when we see the things sent back to us, it's a very dry day. There's no wind. Very sunny, open skies. The building's square. So those are like perfect factors for this. So
right. What are we going to do about Guam?
Yeah, Guam. Like in a minute, it'll start raining, then it'll stop. So the application, do we have to, how's the paint? What does the paint what does it look like for the makeup of the paint? And so and then the weather factors, the wind, the time of year, all these things that it's super dry, right? So if you don't get a clear coat on, it'll dry really super fast. So I mean, these are the things that we've been sending back a communication on different factors because that's all going to play into the application of putting that paint on the wall because our weather is really great, and they like that. They like those things because.
But how can okay? So I'm devil's advocate guy, and like I said, I've got the paint sprayer at my house, and I haven't used it yet because I just haven't had the time to sort it out. It looks like the kind of thing I'll need to do some practice on before I decide that I'm going to take a permanent step, like using it to paint something in the house. So I'll get a little bit of practice in when I'm done. But one of the things that I think I have to practice is to ensure that as I get close to the edge or a window or an electrical outlet or something like that I don't necessarily want to paint over, how do I accurately control that? I mean, with a handheld paint sprayer, that would be a challenge for me, but I can imagine, with something that's, 200 or 300 feet up in the air, obviously we'd have to have some kind of sophisticated camera control and some sophisticated stability on this thing, so we're not painting over, in my head I'm thinking, hotel sliding glass doors and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, and you just plug in AI as well. So for the washing of the building, so they've come out with the software update where you put in the building into the software, and then you create the pattern that you want the drone to clean. So with a camera and a radar, it's able to ensure that it doesn't, it has enough distance away from the building. And obviously from the AI perspective, it follows the pattern that you want it to clean, and it's autonomous. It flies on its own. It could. We're not doing it just, again, because the weather factors and so forth. But when it comes to the paint, one of the things that we have proposed was potentially putting a device in the front that almost looks like a little box, so that, when you get to the sharp corners, it's almost like how we paint, right? We kind of put a cut so it doesn't touch the top of the ceiling when we're doing the walls. So that's what, so imagine a box that would touch the wall with a little roller so that we can actually roll down, roll up, roll to the side. Those are the things that we're going to have to come up with in order to your point, as far as the precise of getting the edges and making sure that we don't overspray to the side. But, these are the things that we have to, come up with. I mean, this is what it's all about coming up with things, innovating with things that could help us in the future.
I'm crazy about the idea. I wish you good luck. Maybe I'll leave a couple of things unpainted over at my house, and we'll do some drone practice at my place. And there's no reason why you couldn't also use this and spray not just up and down and side to side. There's no reason why you couldn't point it straight down. And for businesses like ours, you can hear it in the background. Maybe there's a pressure washer on the roof of the building, and maybe I'm going to want to paint that later on with some white paint. And there's no reason why you couldn't likewise configure a drone to be able to just paint straight down.
Yeah, we have. So we have the 90-degree nozzle, right?
Yeah.
So it's 90 degree. So it flies like it normally would, except that it's spraying 90 degrees down. And so those are good for cleaning solar panels, roofs, all that good stuff. So Yeah, we just finished the project up north in Jigo, and again, I think the time that it saves with having to set up any scaffolding or bringing in one of those extenders. Potentially, these extenders can't because they're pretty wide.
Well, it's a boring job too. I can't imagine. Cleaning solar panels is going to be one of these exciting things. So yeah, if you could just fly over the thing a couple of times, it'd be like crop dusting. You lay out the detergent, and you go back up with something to wash it down a couple of times with, and you're good to go. That's going to be a whole lot more exciting than going up there with a squeegee and a mop. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's fun, and that's one of the things that we're trying to, gear towards the younger generation, because every time we say, hey, do you want to clean a building? They're like, nah. I said, do you want to do it your own? They're like, oh, that's.
Is it something I can do on the couch? Can I do this from the couch? Yes, you fly the drone from the couch, and you can paint the buildings. Exciting. That is some interesting stuff. And like I said, I know that you've got the technology right now, though, to be able to close off a lane on Marine Corps Drive, and then we'll just go and spray that mosaic with whatever it is and clean the thing up and make it good as new, because and a little bit of graffiti that needs to get cleaned up as well, but otherwise there's nothing wrong with it other than a couple of surface cracks, and they've the government's let that go for all of these years, and maybe that ought to be something that I don't know, maybe somebody that's running for political office might be able to put together a plan. Maybe you and some of the other Republican guys ought to get out there on the weekend, do some happy labor.
No, absolutely. I think one of the callers last week said, hey, forget about waving. Let's do some actual causes out there, and I think that's what we need to do. I mean, and it shouldn't just be for election period, right? I think that this has to be the pattern and part of the platform, and we got to stick to it. I said whoever's going to run, I think, and I'm going to say it, right? I've been told many times that I have to play the game, and then once you get inside, it's a different. No, it can't be that way, because that's exactly what happens. We say one thing, and then we put them we put them into the seat, and then something happens, things change, and that can't be. I mean, so we got to stick to what we say. So if we say that we want our island to look beautiful, then everything we do from now, 2 years from now, 4 years from now, 6 years, 10 years from now, it should still be the same. We should still follow the same thing that we say that we're going to do. And so maybe that is a cause that we should take up with everybody who's going to run and say, hey, listen, if you're thinking about running and you want to look, and the other fact is that, if you're going to, you're not going to do anything, and you're not going to have anybody else do something that you wouldn't do yourself, right? So if you're saying you got to go out there and you got to paint in the hot sun, and go out there and do it.
Yep.
Go out there and see what it feels like to be out there cleaning and painting and all this. And then you get a different perspective, right, for the people that are actually doing the work. So I think that's a good thing. I think we should push for that. Forget about waiting. Let's do some action projects.
Well, let me know when if this turns into something. I'd kind of like to go there, because one of the things I'd like to do, and it bothers the hell out of me as somebody that has a front yard. It bugs the crap out of me that they've let the jungle kind of grow over the top of that mural. There's a flat top there, and you can't tell because they've just let the jungle go over all of that. Nobody cares about it because it's Ray Tenorio's, not Josh Tenorio's, and nothing's getting done on that. And I'm going, this. It would be 10 minutes. Me up there with my Frank the Crank machete. I will go and take care of that, and it will give it a clean shave, and it will be perfect. Cut it back a little bit so that it doesn't grow back over in 2 weeks, and then we'll shine up the rest of that mural in the mosaic, and it'd be something worth looking at again.
No, absolutely. I had an interesting conversation with when I was in Yap a couple of weeks back, and I asked. He was an elected official, but he also had a side business, and one of the things that he said was, our day doesn't end when our job stops, serving the people. I mean, then we have to serve our village, and then after we serve the village, we have to serve our, even more of our neighborhood. So he's like, our day consists of, holding three hats, where we're bush cutting the state, the villages, the smaller communities. I mean, that's when our day ends, and they're not getting paid for it. That's just part of sort of ingrained into their culture. And so I was like, wow, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, because they had to leave, and they're like, oh, we got to go take care of something. And I said, oh, that's part of the normal work. He's like, no, that's just kind of like what we do, just to ensure that we're keeping everything, we're helping everybody with the community. Everybody has that work duty. Everybody, no matter where, what business you have, what office you hold, you're there working with the villages, helping the mayors, helping everybody make sure that they're keeping the villages clean. So,
Brad Rosala made a really good point here this morning, and it's something that I'm internalizing as we speak. And it's the idea that in the beginning of tourism, once upon a time, there were no hotels, there was no duty-free stores, there were no ABC stores or anything. There was just the beautiful beaches and a wonderful scenery, and the thriving and welcoming cultures that we have on these islands. All of the brand names and all of the other came after the hospitality business had created a foundation. And maybe there's the silver lining in the issues that many of us are facing right now, is we've got a great opportunity here to rebalance the hospitality industry and maybe focus a little bit more on the things that brought tourists here to begin with, and then take it from there, and then be very picky about what comes in after. What are we going to be adding to the mix? And we won't just add something because it's there. It's got to be something that will be consistent with the original format, the original foundation of hospitality.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at it, I mean, if you look at these pictures, right? Just amazing shots of Tumon before the hotels were, there. I mean, just amazing. And and I hear a lot of families how they used to go down. Like, I mean, it was part of their weekend ritual to go down to the Tumon area where there's no hotels, be at the beach side, and just enjoying. And then you had, the tourists started coming in, and that was the enjoyment. So I think that bringing it back to the basics doesn't mean that we have to be a cheap destination. That's one point we just got to be very clear. I mean, we can definitely do something about the airfares coming down, but going back to the basics, to like the beauty of the island, doesn't mean we have to sort of make it a cheap destination where we're attracting people just to attract people, right? Mm-hmm. That's the focus. I mean, if we focus on the fact that what makes the island so beautiful, it's the island, it's the people. And so, but it's not just in Tumon. We got to continue. We got to continue with the narrative that everything has to go down to Talapopo. Everything has to go down to Inalahan. All that has to be incorporated into the entire experience of the tourist.
I was looking in my phone for just a second. I wanted to see on Facebook. There's a guy that was here on Guam in the late 50s. And even before I was born, he was on Guam in the late 50s. Some great color photographs that he's been posting of Guam, the southern villages, and the old-style construction that we used to have. Tiny dirt roads. He's got a couple of these vistas. I can identify the location and go, yeah, but there was nothing built there at the time. There's a great shot. I think one of the more recent shots looks like it was taken above the Assen area. So you can make out the point. And the Assen Beach Park, and you can make out the little village that we used to have there before it was as built up as it is now. And these are times I don't even remember them because they were from before I was born. I've got many great memories that I'm fond of sharing with people when we're down in Tumon about how there was nothing there once upon a time, and you brought in everything that you needed because there wasn't a store to go to that you could go and get another 12-pack of Michelob Ultras because there was no ABC store back in those days. If you didn't already come in with your case of Olympia beer or Schlitz beer and the old tin cans that you needed the church key to open, then that was it. That's what you had with you. Crazy times. 9:28. And speaking of getting things mailed to Guam faster, are you ready to make an announcement of one kind or another?
Yeah, pretty much. We're just genning up the marketing right now, and I've spoken to a few folks that were on the list that wanted to sign up, and we've been testing the software system. Everything seems like it's a go. So we're ready to go.
Okay, well, when you're ready, let me know. We'll get you on the radio. One last note, Dave Duane is online. He knows a thing or two about old pictures. He says, we got plenty of Saki Melanias here. What will prevent a drone from being snatched out of the sky when you're making your delivery runs?
I mean, obviously it's a federal offense, right? To bring down. So once they're in the air, they're not drones, they're aircraft.
They're aircraft.
So that's what people need to make sure they understand as well. Even for the police, even for the fire department, any drones that anybody's using, that are up in the sky. They're aircrafts, and so if anybody brings them down, whether it's kinetic or non-kinetic, other than the military, obviously, then that's a federal offense.
Interesting.
And so people, and that's the we got to continue to do that outreach so people can understand that the right way to fly, making sure you're not hovering in people's windows. That's a little, okay.
Yeah, a little creepy.
Come on.
Yeah, it's creepy even for me. 9:30 in the morning, Charlie. It's always a pleasure talking with you. We'll get caught up again soon. I hope I see you before Christmas.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, we'll work on something. Talk to you later. 888-825-5888, TALK, 9:30 in the morning. And I was unable, because I was getting my blood work done, unable to do the alley-oop run, which would have taken me on Guam's roadways. And maybe I would have then seen this lovely lady on the road. She is known from her Instagram handle as Healthy High, and she occasionally comes out to Guam to either train, or she might actually be in some kind of event here. I don't know. She's a speed cyclist, Real Joe.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's a road biker right there.
That a real biker?
And they do that, Tietzen? No, that's not Tietzen. Retidian.
Yes.
Yeah, that hill's killer, man. That's where they really go to get that hill training.
Eesh.
It's steep and long.
No, I can't. And, I don't even want to run it. I don't even want to run that hill.
You might run into her out there.
I was thinking so I've got there's another picture of her at SETI, at the overlook at SETI. So, but it was a different day, different outfit. She's here and doing some training. And then there was another Saturday, Sunday morning. I can't remember which one it was, but there was another morning where there were a bunch of Koreans on bikes that were headed south. And I'm not sure exactly what that was, but it reminded me, obviously, that you guys had your big ride, right?
On Saturday,
the mob,
the Christmas ride.
How was it?
It was good. It rained. It was wet. It was rainy, but
it's supposed to be.
Still showed up.
It's not fun unless it rains. Not fun unless you go, oh, crap, I forgot to bring my raincoat.
Yes.
Any of that stuff. But you still went out and you still did it?
Oh, yeah.
What did Ruckus think? Did he go?
No, he didn't go.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, why not?
He was building Legos.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's into building Legos now.
So never mind, Dad. I'm doing something. Don't look at me, Daddy. I'm making a Lego land of my own.
He's a contractor.
I got you. So who is there on the thing? Would any names I'd recognize?
Oh, Andre.
Okay.
From Gears and Beers, yeah.
Right.
Man, there's so many people.
Were there
man.
chicks?
Of course, yeah, chicks, young, old chicks, young chicks, old dudes, young dudes. And lots of kids.
So the usual.
Yeah.
Is there videos floating around? Did anybody put anything on the Facebook?
Let me see what I can find.
See what you can find, because otherwise it's this pretty Korean here. And I want to point it out, guys. This is and she's got a lot of followers. She's like, I want to say that she's famous or something there, and so she's got lots of people that will follow her around when she's doing her her bike rides and her training and stuff like that. So maybe there's a whole bunch of other people that are going, yeah, I saw where you did that run on Guam. Maybe next year I'm going to come with you. There's green shoots. It's not all bad. It's not all doom and gloom around here. 9:33 on the Ray Gibson Show. Speaking of doom and gloom, no. Yeah, no, I got to do news again, and sometimes there's heavy stories in it. We'll find out what the big deals is, because it's time for us to jump in and find out what they're talking about on KUAM TV with Joe Nuggan Charfris.
Buenas and Holiday Guam, I'm Jonathan Charfris. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Monday, December 22nd. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and Senator Tina Muñoz Barnes officially launched their campaign for the 2026 Guam gubernatorial election under the Democratic ticket. The duo addressed a crowd of supporters at Fort Opugan in Agana Heights on Friday. Tenorio is running for governor with Tina Muñoz Barnes as his running mate. Tenorio was sworn in as lieutenant governor back in 2019. Muñoz Barnes is on her 10th term and is the longest-serving senator. Meantime, they're up against Democrats Senator Joe San Augustine and former Senator Dwayne St. Nicholas in the primary. Under the Republican ticket are Vice Speaker Tony Atta and businessman E.J. Cabo. Speaker Frank Blas Jr. and former Senator Marcel Camacho are also in the race for governor under the Republican ticket, but neither have confirmed a running mate. Visitation resumed at the Guam Memorial Hospital following a smoke incident reported earlier Saturday on the 3rd floor. After thorough assessments by the GMH facilities maintenance team, all systems have been confirmed safe and normal visitation hours have been reinstated. Guam Fire Department and Guam Power Authority were on site supporting response efforts led by hospital teams. Interim CEO Dr. Jolene again thanks staff for their calm and compassionate response, emphasizing the patient's safety remained the top priority throughout the incident. GMHA thanks patients, families, and the community for their patience and remains committed to the safety and care of our island community. And in front of family, friends, and island leaders, the University of Guam conferred at night degrees to 199 students during its fall 2025 commencement ceremony Sunday at the Cabo Fieldhouse. The graduating class includes 135 bachelor's and 64 master's degree recipients, representing fields critical to Guam and the region, from education and healthcare to public admin, STEM, and business. Among them, the School of Business and Public Administration produced 59 graduates across accounting, business administration, public administration, and criminal justice. The School of Education conferred 36 master's degrees, including 14 graduates from the first ever Master of Library and Information Science cohort. The ceremony marked years of academic effort, resilience, and personal growth, strengthening Guam's workforce and shaping the island's future. For more, visit KUAM.com. You can also catch a stream of our newscasts on our YouTube channel or Facebook page. And to keep updated, follow KUAM News on Instagram. Jonagan Charfres, KUAM News.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and all of us at Security Title want to wish you a joyous holiday season. We are grateful for your continued trust and support, and we look forward to serving you in the new year. May your homes be filled with warmth, laughter, and love this Christmas. From our family to yours, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Security Title, celebrating over 25 years as your trusted partner in real estate.
Every year it's the same thing. What do I get them for Christmas? This year, give them something they'll actually use and never forget. At Blades by Crank, we've got high-performance chef knives, hunting knives, pocket knives, sleek chef accessories, and never-released blades. Designed right here in the Marianas and built for precision, performance, and pride, we've got something for everyone. These aren't just tools. They're legacy pieces crafted to last a lifetime. Shop now at bladesbycrank.com or visit the local shop on the first floor of the Agania Shopping Center. Blades by Crank, making the holidays extra chinar.
Same woman, different sport. The last picture we saw of her, she was on a bicycle, but in this case, she just got done with a swim, and it looks like she's hanging out over at. Is that Hilton, right?
It looks like it, yeah. But she looks so happy.
What are we doing after the show?
We're going to Hilton.
Yeah.
We'll see you at Tree Bar, ma'am.
Hey, excuse. Can I hold your goggles? 9:37 in the morning. And again, green shoot time. It's time for us to take a look. And we get there's no charge for this photograph of a beautiful Korean woman on Guam. And I can tell it's Guam because I can see the structure of the old the Pac Star Hotel in the background. You can look all the way down. You see Tsubaki Tower and all that. So clearly goofing off over at the Hilton side. And no charge to the people of Guam for her to post these pictures up on her Instagram, where she has, just on Instagram, she has 138,000 followers.
Dang.
That's the population of Guam.
That's huge.
She's got the population of Guam. She's got the entire population of Guam watching her on the Instagrams. And like I said, that's just Instagram. I don't know what other social medias, what other platforms that she might be a part of. And so we've got, there it is. If I don't know about you, but, I'm a Korean in South Korea right now, where the temperature is like 5, going, God. I'd like to be someplace where it's tropical. I'd like to be someplace where there's a warm ocean that I can just jump into and swim in. Of course, they're going to get here, and they're going to wear all black, from head to toe, is cover everything, including their fingers, with those please God don't let me turn dark while I'm on Guam outfits. Some of them, but this one here. seems to appreciate a little bit being kissed by the sun. Nothing wrong with that. In 20 minutes, it'll be 10 o'clock in the morning. 888-8255-888-TALK. Trying to get my hands on a story from Epoch Times. I don't know if I'm going to be able to log into it in time, but there's a story they're talking about the hospitality industry in Las Vegas. And if you've heard anything, then you know that they're having issues there. And they're saying that there's all these hidden fees. Yes, Macra says that photo can raise your blood pressure. Absolutely. Among the reasons why we put that in there. Heart rate too, bud. But anyway, so the idea that there's less value in Las Vegas for people that go there. And I was there, was it October last year, Joe, when I went with Uncle Carl? It was the year before.
It was.
Anyway, so I'd gone out there with the guys from Mixed Plate and a bunch of GVB folks, and was surprised at how expensive everything was, number one. And number two, and maybe it was the hotel I was at, but it just seemed to me that it felt old and run down. And even though there was nobody smoking, it had this cigarette, booze smell that smelled like old Vegas. You know what I mean?
Get that out of the carpet.
Yeah. You got to change. They got to change the walls, man. You got to do everything, and that's why they knock buildings down out there. Just go, God, we can't get that stink out, so we'll demolish the building. We'll bring it down to its foundation. But it just occurred to me while I was there. It just felt run down and overused, and I thought, well, that's a lot considering how much they're charging for the room. That's a lot considering how much they're charging for the meals, and even just buy a cold beer in the little snack store that they've got downstairs. It seemed to cost a whole heck of a lot of money, and maybe we've gotten ourselves into that trap as well. Maybe thinking, oh, we're going to bring in high rollers from Tokyo. We're going to big business owners, big insurance company, big shipping magnates. That's what we're going to be bringing out to Guam for our tourism, and then priced everything kind of inappropriately. I'm not saying that we ought to be going after a cheaper market, but we need to look at the value side of what it is that we're charging for virtually everything. You and I pay about the same, I think, as the tourists do. A hamburger in the restaurant goes for $17 for me, and it goes for $17 for them. And for $17, that better be the best hamburger you've ever had in your life. And the fries that come along with it should be the best fries that you've ever had in your life. You need to be writing Instagram things that talk about the experience that you got. It was a $17 hamburger, but man, I would have paid $25 for that hamburger.
Yeah.
$25 hamburger is just outrageous. But, there's places that don't have a problem setting you back that much money. And for a lot of tourists, they're going, okay, well, I could have had this hamburger. I could have made this at my house for a whole lot less. And we got to think, consider the value propositions. There's more of that kind of thing. I generally don't chime in on it very often because I'm not one of the experts when it comes to the hospitality industry. But I keep looking at what the experts are coming up with these days, and wondering if that's going to be the holy grail. Is this going to be the one that returns us to our former glory days? Or are we just stuck where we are? Studio time is 9:42. Axios with an interesting story. The Finish Line from the other day was talking about something, and I'm coming to grips with the fact that I am spending too much time on my cell phone. There's other things I need to be doing. But there's the utility of the phone and the apps that I have in it, and I just wonder, am I spending too much time on my phone? And maybe that ought to be the first thing. Maybe it's that understanding, it's that realization that you've got a problem, is identifying the fact that you've got a problem. I told you I've got one of those Ring things in the house, right?
Yes.
I got a Ring camera in the house, and it can see me on the couch. And it will send me an alert. The motion has been detected in your living room.
Every time you move.
Yeah, and I move around a lot. because I'm that guy. So I get these things, and about every 5 minutes or so, I get another, and pretty soon, you've got a whole long string of every 5 minutes in a row, and you realize, my God, I haven't gotten off the couch. I've been surfing on the internet on my phone, and I got this loop that I go through. I do the WhatsApp, and then I'll check my email, and then I'll go to Facebook and see what who I'm stalking on Facebook or what they're up to, and then I'll go to Instagram, and I'll find some people to stalk there, and if I can't find anybody on my list to stalk, then I'll go and I'll hit the search button, and the search button is almost a carbon copy of the look that I go for when I'm interested in people on the Instagrams, right? So I got that to keep me company, and occasionally, after I'm done getting to the end of Twitter, then I'll go and check out TikTok.
Oh, boy.
Now, TikTok, I'm a little bit more, I saved TikTok for last because I don't know whether we're doing long form or short form entertainment on TikTok these days. So I will generally save it for last. But it takes me a while to go through that list of the WhatsApp and the emails and the Instagrams and the Facebooks and then TikTok. It takes me a while to get through that, and occasionally I get to TikTok and go, well, I haven't been on WhatsApp for a while, so let me just check that, and then the cycle starts all over again. I'm not alone in this. I might be among a small population of adults that spend too much time with the screens, but certainly kids and teenagers are having a problem with this. How long would you say is too long screen time? 24-hour day. What's too long? What would you consider?
For a kid?
For anybody.
Oh, my God.
For anybody.
God, I don't want to judge. I don't want to throw a stone because I'm bad, man.
Between the ages of 8 and 18, people in that age group will spend 7.5 hours a day on the screen. Round that up. Just round it up. That's a work day.
That's a whole shift.
That's 2 of our shifts. That's 2 of ours. That's
you could be making money.
That's the equivalent of getting on the airplane and flying to Hawaii from Guam. An 8-hour ride, and you got the internets to keep you company. 7.5 hours of screen time. Now, I'm not going to suggest that that's all 7.5 hours of screen time that's not productive. There's got to be at least 20 or 30 minutes in that 7.5 hours where you are doing something productive, chatting with mom or dad, or maybe getting a little bit of homework done or investing in crypto. I don't know. I don't know how you live. But I would guess that my consumption would be fairly close to that. Because when I'm not here on the radio with you, I'm at my desk doing productive work, and then I go home and I take my nap. And I wake up from my nap, and I'll hit the computer, and so, okay, what did I miss while I was asleep? What WhatsApp messages are important? What emails came in while I was sleeping? And then, like I said, we'll start in with the Facebook. We'll go with the dance. I lied to myself by saying that the reason why I need to have all of that screen time is because of the nature. Oh, that's gorgeous. Somebody's brought star apples in. But it's the nature of my job.
It's all work.
It's all work, Joe.
You gotta know stuff.
Okay, if I did not go to the internet this morning, I would not have found this picture, and I would not have been able to riff on this and talk about how great it is that a Korean sports celebrity with 138,000 followers comes to Guam to get her hard rides in. Did I say that?
You did.
That came out wrong.
I caught that.
It came
one,
out. Was
man.
that?
No, it was
but you
good.
know what I was going for.
Yeah, it is hard to ride around here, man. It's tough.
Just the idiot drivers, Joe.
Yeah.
Here,
my bum's hurting already.
I'm coming to Guam. I'm going to take my life in my own hands. I'm going to drive on the same roads as Guam drivers. Yeah, we know how dangerous it is out here.
Dangerous.
This is dangerous. This is Jane Bond, Korean Jane Bond, getting out of the water over at the aren't there sea urchins there, right, Joe?
Absolutely.
Uni.
And lots of uni.
Yeah, so gotta be careful. You might get poked there doing your hard swim.
Welcome to Guam.
It's 9:48.
We love you.
So I pretend to believe that I need to be attached to social media because it's a 24-hour-a-day conversation that you and I are capable of having. You realize this, right? I mean, we're on social media. Sometimes we're on at the same time, and it doesn't take anything for you to beat me and click on something, one of my stories, and then before you know it, we're chatting with each other, or your comments on chats that I put up on things that I find that are interesting to me that I will go ahead and post, and that allows us to continue the conversation 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Sometimes it's not even stuff I post, right? So if I see like a Cousin Troy post or something like that out there, I'm dying to find out what's in it. I think there's one today about that I think Charlie Hermosa wrote. I think he's got one. Yeah, I think he's got an editorial in there.
Are we still paying for that?
Is that? Yeah, I think that's the title of it. Yeah. See, you see,
online
you're there all the time too. So we need
for work, Ray.
Yeah, we need this for work. I need to see what people are talking about. When they started posting stories about Josh and Tina, I wanted to see what people had to say, and I wanted to see what whether it was which direction did the ratio go? Was it more supportive of the Tenorio Barnes administration, or were there insinuations? Yes, there were insinuations. More talk about insinuations than there was any talk about the hope of the thing. That's why I need it. Mounting screen time, I'm returning now, has been linked to depression and anxiety and even making kids fat. Parents and teachers feel like they have little control over kids' tech use. And you know what I'm going to do? I have a thing. I'm going to turn your phone. I'm going to make it so that you can't use it after 8 o'clock at night. And then you know what the kids do? They change the time on the phone. Yeah.
Parental controls.
I'm going to go into a different time zone. Chief Product Officer of Auda, an online safety platform for families and mother of 2 boys of her own, has got some tips to help get control of the screen time. Number 1, track the actual screen time. Don't guess. It is incredibly easy for hours of screen time to slip past. I know this from my own experience. She banned screens at her house on weekdays, only to realize her boys were waking up early on Saturday to binge on shows and games. Her oldest thought he was only spending an hour on screens when he was actually spending 6 hours on screens. The conversations that you need to have to lay out the basics. Explain things like online scams. Review your privacy settings to make sure that kids aren't leaking personal data about themselves and the family on the onlines. Create a safety contract, an agreement between the members of your family that answers questions like how much time should be spent on social media. Whom do we talk to online? What are the rules about downloading new apps? And rules have got to be clear, because if they run into rules or restrictions or limitations, you didn't consciously communicate to them. They're going to immediately try to evade the rules. Somebody's got to be the grown-up. I'm glad in this case it's not me. So there's a couple of ideas maybe that will help you navigate this. And it's going to be a conversation that we're going to have. Sabina has introduced legislation or working with the ed to come up with a cohesive and looks like wants to spread it out to all of the GDOE on phone policies in schools. So this is going to go in one of a couple of different directions. We know how she is, like, no nukes, right? There's no. So I'm wondering if it's going to be the same nanny concept that she's going to be talking about. Oh, here's our policy for phones in schools: 0. No phones in schools. Maybe we'll turn the Department of Education into one of those places where literally the kids hand in their phones and they go in little bags. And the little bags have the same sealing technology as the anti-theft magnets that they've got in the stores. You go buy a shirt at Tommy. Yeah. And so there's a thing, right? And it's a magnetic thing. And so you cannot get there. Then they've got these places where you get your phone back in the bag, and then you go and you demagnetize it, and then you can have your phone again. And so you go through the entire school day without any access to any of that. Now, I will tell you that as a member of a grand jury that I sat on, my least favorite thing was I'd get there at Thursday morning. Remember, I'd leave here at like 8:10, something like that. I'd get there around breakfast time. And so the first thing that you do, even before you sign in, is you put your phone in a box.
That's a bummer.
You turn it off, and you put your phone in the box. You got a smartwatch? Maybe you got to take that off. Like you got to do at the FBI office. And you don't get it back until it's either lunchtime or it's the end of your grand jury day. And I got to tell you, I'm being honest here, it took me a while to get used to that. It took me more than a second to get used to the idea that I'm sitting down and the only thing that I have to distract me from... Yeah, what do you do with your fingers? Like quitting smoking. What do you do?
My fingers,
what do you do with these? If you're not holding a cigarette or a lighter, what are these for? It's the same. I'm not holding a phone. What the hell are these for? These things at the end of my arms. So what I got good at was what I'd get good at was messing around with Sudoku. I'd clip out the Sudokus from the newspapers, and over the course of a week, I'd have a good number of them, and that's how I kept myself occupied when I was doing those things. Studio time 9:53 in the morning. What's that? Wow. Somebody's sending me a scorecard of the product on Guam. Guam product is old, no upgrades. Pleasure Island hasn't changed other than stores closing. Hotels haven't changed for at least 20 to 40 years. Road system terrible, sidewalks terrible, no shades, crosswalks, traffic lights not maintained. Beaches are nice though. Beaches are nice. Skinner Plaza is nice. What happened to upgrading Agania? Dave, without putting a fine point on it, I know many, but the people that are on board the Agania rehabilitation, as far as I know, none of them are from Agania. You need to get me on that thing and get Big Sister Shelley in there. We got fly my best friend Rudy Duenas and his cousin Joanna, because they you know where Caliente is?
Oh yeah,
that's their old house. That's their old houses. Those houses there. I've been in those houses when I was little boys. And there were a couple of other kids that there was a kid named Bong who lived down the street. You got to get all of the old Agania kids together, and then all of these ideas that you've got to revitalize Agania, you got to run them through us first. You got to run them through us because, as far as I know, nobody is the keeper of the Agania flame, and many of the people they've got their own ideas. But Agania is a very, very special place, and we've got to be very, very careful about making wholesale changes in the downtown Agania area that eliminate, neutralize the specialness of that place, up to and including. Maybe doing something about the Agania wastewater treatment plant. This might be an expensive conversation, but when they said that was going to be a wastewater treatment plant, I think that's when things started going downhill for Guam, because that should have been a marina. That should have been a beautiful state-of-the-art marina, and it would have been state-of-the-art in 1975. It would be a classic by today's standards. But what do we get out of it? Taki Island. 9:55. I'll take a break. Be right back.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanel Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
3 minutes. Real Joe, what do you want? A story about the world's largest lottery or more dramatic reading from the press release from Josh and Antina?
I'll take the Powerball.
Powerball? No,
for $1.3 billion.
It's called, this is a Spanish lottery. It's called El Gordo.
El Gordo.
The fat one.
I like it.
It's the world's biggest holiday tradition. Returning, Spain will host its annual Christmas lottery, El Gordo. This year's massive prize pool is now $3.25 billion. It is the wealthiest lottery draw on the planet. And I'll tell you more about that tomorrow. We'll see if they get a winner.
We'll see you tomorrow.
No, I wanted to do dramatic reading, Joe.
Okay, do it.
Dramatic reading here. Tina Rose Munoz Barnes spoke at the historic Fort Apugan. Says, this journey may not always be easy. There are people out there who are already trying to knock us down. But those of us who call Guam home know this all too well. When we are down, we bounce back, stronger and tougher than before. So when you put obstacles in our way, we use our smarts to get around it. We use our hearts to overcome them. When people get mean, when they try to spread nasty rumors and sling mud, we turn to the truth. We turn to God. Compassion makes a difference. This journey won't always be easy. You and your insinuations, we know who you are. We know what you're saying about us. Stupid attorneys, stupid FBI people. Stupid Real Joe with his comfort cuts jokes on the radio. It's the man trying to put us down here.
I'll always love Uncle Bill, no matter what.
This campaign is about stewardship, Joe. It's about governing with integrity, acknowledging what has worked. Wait, what has worked? Sorry.
Did she say integrity? Was that for real?
No, but here's my favorite. Acknowledging what has worked and owning what has not. 3,045 days since the temporary closure of the Agana swimming pool, these many years ago at the beginning of the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration. Are they owning that? Are you guys going to own that? Should have had your speech down there. Fixing what must change Guam future is not promised. It must be built, and I'm ready to do that work with a partner who truly understands service, sacrifice, and accountability. That was, I think that was Josh talking. I gotta check. Anyway, there might be opportunities for more dramatic reading here in the future. We haven't gotten the official announcement from Therese Terlai. We haven't gotten the official announcement from Frank Bloss Jr. on who his running mate is going to end up being. But yeah, both of those occasions will be opportunities for dramatic readings. On The Ray Gibson Show, it's 10 and time for Fox News.
Possible seizure. I'm Deborah Valentine, Fox News. The U.S. military targeting a second Venezuelan oil tanker. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson reports.
Coast Guard Maritime Special Reaction Team fast-roped aboard a Panamanian-flagged, Chinese-owned tanker from a U.S. Navy helicopter. It's the second tanker to be seized this month. She is not on the sanction list. The tanker seized back on December 10th. That was the first one, is now at anchor outside Galveston, Texas. The supertanker commandeered was loaded with 1.8 million barrels of Venezuelan crude bound for China, where 80% of Venezuelan oil is shipped. The American Assault Force launched from the flight deck of the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford. Her F-18 Super Hornets, E-2 Hawkeyes, and electronic warfare jets, the Growlers, have been flying daily show of force missions off the coast of Venezuela, just outside its territorial airspace.
The military is now in pursuit of a third tanker. Venezuela's government called the first seizure an act of piracy. U.S. and Russian negotiators met in Miami and efforts to end the war in Ukraine talked about.
President Zelensky said, though, that he would be supporting trilateral talks if it comes to it. Besides a thumbs up, Kirill Dmitriev provided little information, saying discussions are proceeding constructively. Meanwhile, we're getting some insights. On X, Witkoff said they held productive talks over the last 3 days with the Ukrainian delegation, saying they focused on developing the 20-point peace plan, security guarantee framework, and creating an economic and prosperity plan. On Friday, President Putin showed no signs of compromise, saying his troops are advancing on the battlefield. Sticking points of